by offering a floral tribute to late Padma Bhushan Dr. Karmavir Bhaurao Patil, the founder, Rayat Education Society, which is one of the biggest and leading educational institutes in Asia.
I request Mr. Dinesh Sasane sir to play the video of floral tribute offered to Karmavir Bhaurao Patil to our college premises. Over to Dinesh Sasane sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा माणूस आता घडतो आहे वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा माणूस आता घडतो आहे वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा कर्मवीरांचे ज्ञानपीठ हे शक्तिपीठ ही ठरते आहे शाहू फुल्यांचे समानतेचे तत्वमानसी मूर्ते आहे धर्म जातीच्या पाद गांधींचे मूल्य मानवी जपतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा माणूस आता घडतो आहे वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा ही लेणी मोडून लक्ष्मी वहिनी झाली आई कमवा आणि शिका मंत्र हा तरुणाईला प्रेरक होई स्वावलंबी वृत्ती ठेवून ज्ञान साधना करतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा माणूस आता घडतो आहे वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा दलितांसाठी अण्णा तुमची झिजली चंदन काया अनाथ जीवा सदा लाभली मातृहृदयी तुमची माया शून्यामधल्या नवसृष्टीचा निर्मिक तोही ठरतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या
Thank you, Sasane sir. The background sound is of Rayat Geet, which means a new man of a new age is being cultivated at Rayat Education Society. Thank you once again. Dear participants and attendees, it's our privilege to have with us Honorable Dr. P.S. Patil sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, as an inaugurator of this intellectual meet. We have also with us Honorable Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Al Tawaha, full professor in plant science from Al Hussein bin Talal University, Jordan, as a keynote speaker. Our Honorable Principal Dr. L.D. Kadam Sir is also with us as a president of this inaugural function. I'm sure this intellectual meet is going to be very informative, and I sincerely hope that everyone will enjoy this intellectual feast.
At the outset, let me invite Professor Dr. P.B. Piste Ma'am, Organizing Secretary and Head, Department of Chemistry, highlight the theme of the conference. Over to Piste Ma'am.
Good morning and welcome all of you. Honorable President of the inaugural function, Dr. L.D. Kadam Sir, Principal, Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli, Chief Guest of this function, Professor Dr. P.S. Patil Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Keynote Speaker, Professor Dr. Abdel Rahman Al-Tawaha, Al Hussein bin Talal, University, Jordan, all academicians, researchers, research scholars, and delegates from various countries and organizing committee members. To promote the current research outcomes within the research communities, to enhance their current knowledge in the field of the material science, and to discover the new trends for the future applications, which are safer, cheaper, and easier, the Department of the Physics, Chemistry, and Zoology is going to organize today the first international conference on advances in the material science and applied biology. This conference aims to provide a forum for scientists, researchers, academicians, and students around the world to exchange state-of-the-art research and development and identify research needs, opportunities in all aspects of the material science and applied biology, which is very much relevant to the present day needs. This would create better awareness among the participants in the conference, motivating them to go for further research, development, and innovations in advancing the technologies of the interest. The primary objectives of this conference are to provide scientists, graduate students, and other professionals with a forum to actively engage in the research discussions and professional development and create opportunity for the next generation workforce to develop their professional skills. This conference will cover a wide range of the interdisciplinary and current research topics related to the material science and the life sciences. Research on advanced materials includes nanomaterials, bio-nanomaterials, zero band gap materials, composites, surface engineering, tissue engineering, and biomaterials, etc. We know that these materials have numerous applications in electronics, biotechnology, medicine, and energy harvesting. The importance of the nanoscience and nanotechnology has been well documented by both industrial and academic communities worldwide. It is believed that breakthroughs in nanoscience and technology will change all aspects of the human life in such diverse areas as electronic devices, energy, biomedicine, sensing environment, and security, etc. Thus, this conference will provide opportunity for young researchers to actively engage in research discussions, information about the current finding opportunities, new research interests, safety issues in nanotechnology, and research ethics and professional development. The topics shall set up a platform of spreading light of recent technologies and enable us to grow by way of the learning from knowledge reserves and absorbing expertise from treasury of learning academicians. This conference will include keynotes, plenary forum by eminent personalities from abroad from the countries like Jordan, USA, Sweden, South Korea, and Turkey. Rest of are from the India, including the oral and the poster sessions. There will be the awards for best oral and poster presentation for research scholars. Over 250 participants, including scientists, faculty members, research scholars, and students from all over the world participated, and around 85 delegates will present their paper, and all the research papers will be considered for the publication in the reputed journal after peer review process. We will be publishing the souvenir containing the full text of keynote addresses, plenary talks, and abstract received from the participants as a special issue. This could be the first conference of its kind in the region where everyone could have an opportunity to showcase and present their ideas, thoughts, developments that could lead to a meaningful life in the community. I hope this conference will provide an opportunity to young researchers, scientists, and academic professionals to present their idea to a large audience to make them new and lasting connections that will further career and the business goal. Lastly, I thank each and every one of you who are contributing to success of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for underlining the theme of the conference. To welcome is to show honor. To welcome is to establish integrity. I invite Mr. Abhijit Mane, sir, convener of this conference and head Department of Zoology, to deliver welcome speech. Over to Abhijit Mane, sir.
Thank you, Priyanka. It's my very great pleasure to welcome you all on the behalf of the organizing committee. I welcome all the material science professionals to the signature event of this year, the first international web conference on advances in materials science and applied biology, ICAMSAB 2020, in this historic industrial city, Kirloskarwadi, India, on January 27th and 28th, 2022. I'm very happy for this wonderful blessings and moral support given by Honorable Dr. Shivajirao Kadam sir, Chancellor, Bharati Vidyapit Pune. I am also thankful to Honorable Dr. Vishwajit Patangrao Kadam sir, Pro Vice Chancellor and Secretary, Bharati Vidyapit Pune. I am also thankful to Honorable Professor Dr. D.T. Shirke, sir, Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I am also thankful to Honorable Professor Dr. P.S. Patil, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I am also thankful to Honorable Dr. Anil Patil, sir, Secretary, Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara. Also to Honorable Dr. V.S. Shivankar Sahib, Secretary, Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara. Honorable Dr. Mrs. Pratibha Gaikwad, Madam, Joint Secretary, Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara, in organizing this conference. I hope this conference will provide an excellent opportunity and platform to scientists, researchers, and students to interact and share their experiences and knowledge, which is useful for technology applications and of applications of the advanced materials in the biological sciences. The conference also aims to discuss the new approach and application methods besides the usual research, strategies, and industrial applications in the theme mentioned in the brochure. It is also invasive global networking to inspire innovative research to provide solutions and drive systematic change. Further, eminent scientists across the globe will share their research and future scope for betterment of the mankind. The program has already been shaped up to be excellent, and the networking opportunities will indeed be outstanding. The backdrop of the beautiful historic industrial city Kirloskarwadi will add to the pleasures of the conference and will provide lasting memories beyond the science. I also add my best wishes for the successfulness and fruitfulness of the conference. Thank you. Thank you. Over to Ashwin.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your welcome speech. Once again, I request Mr. Abhijit Mane, sir, to introduce our chief guest, Honorable Professor Dr. P.S. Patil, sir, to our esteemed audience.
Thank you. Again, it's my great pleasure to introduce the chief guest of this inaugural session, Professor Dr. P.S. Patil, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. To introduce Professor P.S. Patil, sir, he has a total of 31 years of teaching and research experience. His major field of research is research on the renewable energies, that is development of third generation solar cells, chemoresistive toxic gas sensors, electrochromic smart window castings, nano fabrics and nano materials. To his credit, he has around 492 international journal papers and 5 patents. He has produced 44 PhD students. He is a recipient of prestigious DAD Fellowship, Germany, and Brain Pool Fellowship of Seoul National University and Cheonan National University, South Korea. He is a fellow member of Institute of Physics, London, UK, member of National Academic and School Science, India, and a fellow Maharashtra Academic of Science. He has received Best Teacher Award from Shivaji University, Kolhapur in 2014. He has established a School of Nanoscience and Technology. He has worked as a member of several management councils and academic councils. He has shouldered the responsibility of Dean, Science and Technology faculty. He has contribution to both academic and administrative works, which are very remarkable. Again, to his credit, he has around 8 departmental projects, a total funding of around 16.75 crores. To his credit, he is member of various academic bodies, renowned academic bodies worldwide. He is a recipient of prestigious international fellowship, that is German Academic Exchange Award, that is DAD. He has a Brain Pool postdoctoral fellowship from Seoul University, Seoul. He has a fellowship of Institute of Science, London, UK. To his credit, he has n number of honors and prestigious awards. So for the today's inaugural session, we have a very excellent excellent chief guest for the inaugural function. After this, I again take the opportunity to introduce the keynote resource person for the today's function. So he is none other than full Professor Dr. Abedul Rahman Mohammad Said Al-Tawa. He is professor in plant science and plant ecophysiology. He is from Arbit, Jordan. To his credit, he has around citation scholar index of around 5041. His H index is 34. His RG score is 39.9, and a very well-renowned keynote address person, Professor Dr. Abedul Rahman Mohammad Said Al-Tawa, is present over this gracious inaugural functions. So I welcome one and all. Over to you, Tatubde Madam.
Thank you, Manesa. Dear friends, I'm sure that you are excited to listen inaugural speech. So I warmly welcome Honorable Professor Dr. P.S. Patil sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, to deliver inaugural speech. Over to P.S. Patil sir.
Unmute, sir. Unmute yourself.
Sasani sir, allow Patil sir to unmute.
Sasani sir. Unmute. Unmute.
So by what name sir has joined?
Patil sir, unmute yourself.
Okay.
Sasani sir, unmute.
Yes.
Unmute all.
Okay. Now host has allowed me to unmute myself. Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. The president of today's function. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. The president of today's inaugural function, Dr. L.D. Kadam, principal of Dr. Patangrao Kadam, Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli. Today's resource person, a well-known eminent scientist from Jordan, and my dear participant friends. I am indeed very happy to be here on the occasion of inaugural function of the first International Web Conference on Advances in Material Science and Applied Biology, which has been organized by Dr. Patangrao, Kadam, Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli. And I see there is an overwhelming response to this conference. Although it is a web conference, it is an online platform through which you are organizing this conference worldwide. I am happy to see the conference theme, which is based on the nanomaterials, non-linear optical materials, sensor technology, polymer chemistry, materials chemistry, smart materials, and so on and so forth. It is a very good fusion of multidisciplinary subjects into one conference. And we definitely are talking about some of the advancements that has been taken place, some of the exciting things and exciting research that has been taken place in this multidisciplinary world. So this material science is the interdisciplinary world in which the equal contribution from physics, chemistry, biology, and all other scientific disciplines are very much essential. And I'm sure that this conference will throw some new lights on different properties and excitements in the material science. So as we know, we are in the 21st century and we are entitled to see a lot of newer technologies, smartphone technologies, internet, artificial intelligence, and all these things are the development that has been taken place in the 21st century, including nanotechnology, biotechnology. But in my opinion, these participants should also know some of the basic understanding, some of the basic historical developments in the field of material science. Because unless and until your basic understanding is clear, this foundation is clear, you cannot build a tower onto the particular foundation. So foundation is very, very important. And for that, material science is the important topic. And you should also know the foundation of this material science. Unless and until you know the foundation, you will not be able to know what are the properties. You will not be able to know what are the excitements, what are the amazing things that happened in the historical development. What exactly are the puzzled, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, and how scientific fraternity came together to solve these problems. And this exactly is overall a scientific fascinating story. And that story should be known to all the participants, all the students. Unless and until they won't understand these, they won't understand the fascinating challenges of the current technologies. And therefore, I would like to tell you something about the historical challenges, historical developments, and how the scientific fraternity came together. Just like today, we are organizing this international conference on the web, that is on the online mode. But that time there was no online mode. Everybody had to travel a lot. There were no vehicles, no transportation, no aeroplanes, but the people were coming together in an international conferences and they were discussing wonderful things. And had it been that the fact that if they would not have come together, if there would not have been so much development in the field, and we would not get the technology that we are using today. The technology that we are using today is smartphone technology, internet technology, IoTs, and all these things. And the basic fundamental aspect for the development of this new technology is the basic building block that I'm going to tell you today. And that starts with the elements. How people started, how the scientists in those historical developments started discovering different types of elements, how they started studying and analyzing different properties of these elements, and how did they arrange all these elements together. And based on these building blocks, we started developing our own technology with the help of compound materials. In fact, the discovery of oxygen, in my opinion, in the year 1777 was really served as a starting point. It was a spark to the scientific fraternity when there was a discovery of oxygen on this planet Earth. Before that, nobody knew that there is oxygen, which is an element that is present on the Earth. So that could be possible in 1777. That therefore, that was the real starting point. That was the real spark in the scientific fraternity. And and after that, there is a worldwide race for the new elements discovery. But that required the powerful tool for identification of these new elements, because it was very difficult to identify the elements those days, because there were no technology, no powerful instruments, no scanning electron microscope, nothing. The technology was not there. So how did all these scientists, they struggled to identify these elements, study their elemental properties, and how did they arrange their properties in a systematic manner, is really a fascinating story that dates back into 250 years ago. So a lot of development has been taken place after the discovery of oxygen element. They found that the oxygen is not only a gas, but it is not only a super air, but it is an element, a basic element, which is needed which is needed for burning of something. So if you burn the things, the oxygen is required, and that was found in 1777. That is out of curiosity. Therefore, we should also have inculcated the curiosity. So all these fascinating discoveries happen only because of the curiosity. If you are curious, you can discover something new. If you are not curious, you will not be able to find something new. You will just copy and paste everything. Okay, so what I want to give you the message here is that don't just keep on collecting the stamps. You have to design your own stamp. And if you really want to design your own stamp, if you really want to create something new, you have to do this. You should know these fundamental discoveries and the thrilling experiences of those scientific fraternities and their struggle. How did they do it? How much time they took it, and what technology they have used it. And that entire thing was very, very fascinating. And there is a web, there is the internet. You can get all this information only if you are curious. Okay, so be curious. One of the oldest tricks in the olden history in chemistry was the flame test to identify the element, right? So more than 1,000 years ago, alchemists discovered that every substance gave off a color as it burnt. But as the number of elements grew, this flame test became less and less useful, because some elements gave off similar colors. It had been very difficult for identification of the elements, because all the elements, most of the elements, because there were abundant elements, they gave off same color. So from same colors, how can you identify the elements? That was the problem that was faced by most of the alchemists in the olden history. And one famous German scientist was working in the year 1850s. The name is Robert Bunsen. You are using Bunsen for this burner in the chemistry lab, right? So this is Bunsen, who was working in the lab. He found that particular difficulty. And fortunately, that time also there was an interdisciplinary collaboration. That time also there was a multidisciplinary collaboration. And that time also the scientific fraternities were good friends. And therefore, the scientist Bunsen, he went to Kirchhoff, who was a physics scientist, and he discussed this problem to him. And Kirchhoff told him that, please don't worry, I will bring something to you. Then he brought one spectroscope to his lab, and he told that you just burn any element in front of the spectroscope. And when the burning light came, that light enters into the prism, and what they saw in the eyepiece of that spectroscope was a revelation. This was the starting point of the new element and world of new elements in the history. So the credit should go to Bunsen and Kirchhoff's friendship, and how friendship has led these particular scientific discoveries was a wonderful story that we must tell our students. So when that light came out after burning the flame into the prism has splitted, because prism has some dispersion property. When they saw through the eyepiece, they saw a wonderful spectrum that has been distributed as per the wavelengths of the light. As a chemistry professor, Bunsen did not know what is this, but the Kirchhoff explained everything. Okay, that was very international collaboration that has proved That was a very fruitful, and this was a trick. This was a technique that they have both developed, and after that, they invented two most important materials in that olden days. The first one was cesium, other one was rubidium, and subsequently they also invented thallium and indium. And they wrote a paper, they published the papers, and many people across the world, they started reading this particular fascinating technology, absolutely new technology that they have discovered to find out new elements in the history. Astronomers in the physics, they also got fascinated. They embraced this new technology. They accepted this new technology, turning their spectroscope to the heavens towards looking at the sun. And just by looking at the sun and turning spectroscope towards the sun, they found that sun is made up of another element, which is helium. And that is wonderful. It was, in fact, unfolding the mystery of the nature, mystery of the God, how God has created this earth was really fascinating. And to understand these fascinating stories, we needed to talk about the physics and chemistry developments. This development started, the materials development, in fact, started with the discoveries of the new elements. During 1850s, then there was an explosion of new elements. And that time, almost about 63 elements were known. And because of this spectroscope technology and the spectrum technology, 63 new elements were discovered in the history within a short span of time because of the emergence of this technique. Very simple technique that you should also tell, exhibit, and demonstrate to your students and tell them this particular story. Then only they'll get motivated. They will get inspired to do something new. Otherwise, they will just keep on copying others. Okay, so if they really want to do something and create something, you must thrill this particular experience to the students and tell them the stories. So about more than 63 elements have been discovered during the 1850s, 1860s, and 1870s. And those were the golden days in the field of material science because many new elements have been discovered. However, there was one more problem, that all these elements were randomly distributed. Nobody would have talked about the systematic arrangement and classification of these elements. Nobody knew what are the families of the element. Just like our families, there is a family in the elements also, and that has been told by a very young and very fascinating professor who is from Russia, Mendeleev. Mendeleev started thinking about that, who was just 25 years old. He was a young researcher in that particular field in Russia, and he started studying about how to classify these elements in a particular fashion. Okay, and then he started classifying as per the families of the elements. He was responsible. Of course, the work of Mendeleev is known by us, but we must tell all these stories to our students. He was simply trying to organize the textbook because he was appointed as a professor of chemistry in St. Petersburg in Russia. And he has started teaching chemistry, elements of chemistry. Then he found that there is no good book for teaching. So he started writing his own book. He finished one volume, but then he realized that there is a randomness in the elements and in the properties. And then he accepted that as a challenge. That was his dream, that how to arrange all these 63 elements that has not been arranged, but it is randomly distributed. And that was his dream. And he was fascinated with these particular ideas. Even without drinking and eating, he was working day and night in his lab in the temperature of -30, -40 those days. You can imagine how these people have worked in an adverse ambience, adverse conducive atmosphere. There was no internet, nothing. Even there was no scientific book for that matter. So he started organizing, and he decided himself that this is my challenge in my life. I want to accept it and I want to work on it. And he started working on that particular arrangement of elements in the periodic table. Finally, he developed the periodic table, and there is a fascinating untold story that you must tell to your student. How he has developed and what steps he has taken to systematize and familiarize. How did he assemble the elements, like elements with similar properties in the same families. So there are different families that was known, like alkali metals and like H, He, Ne, something like that. So these were the elements. He started looking at how to make the group of these elements, how to arrange them. And he found that there was one peculiar property of the element, which is made up of an atom, and atomic weight is very, very important. Those days, there were some reports on atomic weights. So people started weighing these elements with some crude techniques, and that was reported in the literature. And he found that, yes, this is the way in which I can classify this particular thing. However, he was confused, and entire scientific fraternity was confused, and nobody knew how to do this, how to solve this puzzle of elements, how to arrange it systematically and scientifically. And during those days in the Germany, in Karlsruhe, there was an international conference, and the international meeting in Germany took place, where in one Italian scientist, Canazzaro, he presented some clue of how to arrange these elements as per the atomic weight and as per the density and the properties. Then Mendeleev attended this as a student, as a very young professor. He went back to his country and he started thinking about the clue that has been given by this Italian scientist in the international conference, the Professor Canazzaro. And he said that in my development of periodic table, the clue given by the Canazzaro was very, very substantially important. It was of paramount importance. So he started thinking on that, and he tried to solve this particular puzzle. Then he started writing that book also, Principles of Chemistry, and he found that yes, I can arrange all these elements into a particular family. He just arranged a family like halogens, chlorine, fluorine, bromine, and iodine. The next family was sodium, potassium, and lithium. That was alkali metals. But after that, after those two families, there were no more families. Then he started developing his own families, and he started writing on the lighter elements. He started writing the heavier elements. And one clue and one trick he used in this particular scientific discovery, that was the atomic difference. Difference in the atomic weights of these lighter and heavier elements. And he found some periodic increase or periodicity in these atomic weight differences. And that was the clue. He was excited, and he started solving the puzzle more and more easier. So he had a close look, and the close observation is very important in the research. Unless and until you have minute observation of these new things and new reactions, you will not be able to discover anything new. He found that there is a regular change in the atomic weights of the elements in the horizontal rows and vertical columns. Therefore, these irregularities in the differences within and cross families was absolutely very good, absolutely very nicely revealed by scientists. So he started using both, that is regular increasing order of atomic weight and relationship of chemical properties with each other to build the two dimensionals of periodic table. In 1869, he cracked the puzzle of periodic table, and now we know that there is a periodic table. But in 1869, he solved that puzzle. He cracked it. And he cracked it with only 63 elements, and he arranged it very nicely in a nice fashion. But more importantly, more interestingly, he left some blanks in the periodic table. And that is why he is a genius person. He said that though today this element is not here in this particular blank space, but tomorrow somebody will discover this new element, and this new element will have this much atomic weight, this much density, and this much property. And that he knew all the properties of the missing element before the discoverer. And that was the fascinating thing in the scientific history. And we should also tell these fascinating stories to these students. And after 3 years, one missing element was found in the France. In the France, a French scientist discovered a germanium, which was missing block in the periodic table. And he reported the density about 5.6. And he reported a paper, but then Mendeleev wrote read his paper. He told that you reported this germanium as a new element, but the density is wrong. You just recalculate it. So before looking at the element, which was discovered some 2,000 kilometers away in the France, he told that scientist that you recalculate your density and then report it again. And fortunately, that scientist recalculated the density, and he found that what Mendeleev told him was exactly correct. So that is how you should predict. With your ingenuity, you can predict many novel properties only when you know the basic things of nature. So law of nature do not permit exceptions. We must find out, and therefore we are doing research. We are not searching anything because nature has already searched. Nature has already given the properties to these elements and materials. We are just researching. We are understanding what nature has given to these materials. We are just rediscovering, and therefore we are doing research, not search. Have you understood this? This is very, very important point in my opinion. I don't know what is the opinion of other people in this conference. So there must be different missing elements that he told, and that particular news has spread into the scientific discovery, scientific fraternity, and in 1894, that particular thing catapults Mendeleev to the superstardom. Just like Amitabh Bachchan, Mendeleev becomes superstar of the scientific fraternity because he could predict the element which nobody knew, but he knew the properties of the missing elements. That was the beauty of scientific ingenuity in the scientist's mind. So this we need to inculcate in our students also. But he was shocked after there was another discovery in the year 1894, 95, 96. There was one scientist called Ramsay, and his group discovered entirely new thing, new element, that is argon. That was no place in the periodic table. So Mendeleev said, no, it cannot be an element. It must be something else. Then they immediately discovered, closely, within 1 or 2 years, they invented argon, helium, krypton, xenon, and neon. And then Mendeleev thought that, yes, it can be something new. And he assembled all these new elements as what I can say, inert gases. And these are indeed elements. And he assembled them into an entirely new family. And he joined that particular family in his periodic table. So, and he said that I am satisfied and happy that because of this new family, entry of this new family, my original periodic table is not injured. And I'm thankful to Ramsay that they have come up with entire new family of inert gases. So these are wonderful things. And the remaining blank spaces, as you know, were filled by one scientist unexpectedly. And that was a woman scientist, came from Poland. You know why she came from Poland to Paris? Because the Poland was invaded from one side by the Russians and other side by Germans. And Poland was disappeared from the map of the world because there was a war between Poland and Russia and Poland and Germany. They lost it. German and Russians invaded Poland, and many people migrated to other countries. One of them was Marie Curie. That time in the French also, in the Europe also, there was no entry to women scientists, no entry for women in the education. So many people refused her to take in Paris University, but because of her dedication and determination, she could get place and get a seat for PhD in Paris University. She was working in the Paris University. She was a simple lady, simple woman, who was not even scientist, who had just completed her master. But she was very hardworking. She was very sincere, dedicated, and determined. She joined Henry Becquerel when that time there was a discovery of X-rays. And many people were talking about X-rays and the X-ray photographies and the use of X-rays in the medical sciences. Many people had used these X-rays in the World War I, and it has proved that X-rays has played a tremendous role in this health aspects. So she was fascinated also, but she immediately found out that there are thousands of papers on X-rays. So there is no point in starting a new thing in X-rays. Rather, she started looking at some other area in which she can start something new. And he found that Henry Becquerel had recently reported about uranium. Uranic rays were similar to that of X-rays. But what he reported was that he used uranic rays like X-rays, but the images were not clear like X-rays. So he stopped work. Becquerel had stopped working on uranium, and he stopped work, and Marie Curie started her work in uranium. So she said that there is a lot of room, there is a lot of scope for me to work in uranium rather than X-rays. And she started her work on uranium, which was in fact thrown away by most of the scientists because of no exciting things, no exciting properties of uranium. She started working on uranium, and fortunately, he got married with one physicist, Pierre Curie. Pierre Curie was her husband. He was working in physics, and he discovered piezoelectricity, and they both came together. Again, there was a marriage between physics and chemistry. Just like Bunsen and Kirchhoff, this was another couple which came together from chemistry and physics, and they started finding out this uranium altogether in a newer perspectives, altogether in newer dimensions. And what she found was totally out of the world. She discovered that uranium polarizes the air, and it induces small current into the air. And that was the discovery. That was the minute observations she made. And she told her husband, can we assemble one unit and technique that can detect this minute current because of the polarization of the air from the uranium? They developed the technique that nobody in the world had it because of piezoelectric effect and other things. She put that particular powder of the element between the two metallic plates, and the current was induced in the air, and they could measure that minute current into the air. After that measurement of the minute current, she started replacing that uranium with thousands of other materials, because it is a physics. You have to try and keep on trying and keep on looking at the exciting property that uranium has done, whether other element can do it. But no element has exhibited the similar property as that of the uranium. However, she did not lose her hope. She took one ore in which uranium was discovered. She took the remaining part of the ore and started crushing the particular ore into the powder. He started checking that particular powder, and she found an excitingly astonishing result of very high magnitude of the current because of the polarization of the air by this particular new element. So the same discovery that the uranium has done, there was some new element which has the same capability of polarizing the air and inducing the current. And that was so minute current, it is only because of physics, husband from physics, they could detect that particular property. And then the husband said that you have to name this new element. And she named it as a polonium, because the name of the Poland was erased from the world map, and she wanted to engrave this polonium in the form of polon in the periodic table. So that was the one missing line. Polonium was introduced in the missing gap of Mendeleev's periodic table. That was wonderful. Again, she was very hardworking and she was very determined. She started working on the another area of the Plinch bent ore, and she started crushing that particular remaining part of the ore and started studying it. And again, she got another breakthrough, another material, and this time the material exhibited 100 times more current than the uranium and polonium. That was another striking discovery, and they could measure it many times, because once you measure something differently, then you have to get it clarified by a frequent measurement and see whether we have not made any mistake. So similarly, she took a lot of measurements and saw whether I did any mistake, but that was not a mistake. That was a signature given by the nature. And there was a new birth of a new element called as a radium. So during her PhD course, she found two new elements, radium and polonium. And she was the first woman Nobel laureate in the world of scientists who got Nobel Prize for her PhD work. And that I want to tell you here, this particular story, that even a PhD student can win the Nobel Prize if you have that particular geniusness, excitement, untiring efforts. We get tired a lot because we just keep on copying. So if there is any creative original work, that becomes your passion and you don't feel like tiring. You keep on working yourself. So that was the message that has been given by the life of Marie Curie. Now, another exciting story starts after the end of the discovery of these two elements, that is radium and polonium. Why? Because once they discovered and they synthesized radium in the lab, one fine night, in the night, they both entered into the lab. Because they were fascinating, they were passionate, they were working day and night. They entered into the lab in the night and they were astonished to see that these elements were glowing in the night. This was against law of physics. Any object can emit light if there is some external stimulus. But in the night, there was no external stimulus, but the radium was giving light. And that light was again a shock and bomb, a shock wave. It spread like a shock wave in the scientific fraternity because it was an entirely new phenomenon in physics. That was a radioactivity. And that particular term was coined by Marie Curie, radioactivity. And then she further went away and told that there is an atomic disintegration. And because of this atomic disintegration, the light is coming from the uranium. Light is coming from the radium without any external stimulus. It is the light generated inside the atom. And because of the atomic disintegrations, this light is coming from these elements and atoms. That spread like a shock wave in the scientific fraternity. Everybody got shocked and they started fooling and blaming Marie Curie that it is like a rubbish physics and something like that. But she did not lose hopes. And finally, she was right. An entire story about that, after that, was taken by her daughter and son-in-law. And eventually, her daughter and her son-in-law also got Nobel Prize because of discovery of discovery of this disintegration of the atoms. And there are 4 Nobel prizes in one family. That is again an astonishing thing. So she told that uranium is integrated into thorium, and thorium is disintegrated into radium, and then radon, and then polonium. So atom is changing itself. So what is inside the atom was the quest for the remaining centuries, remaining years for the scientists. That was the challenge she has thrown into the scientific fraternity, and many scientists jumped into this particular field to understand what exactly is going on inside the atom. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you entire story now because it is much of time, but I will tell you something about today's. So this is a historical development and historical stories, which are very, very important that we must tell them. Now, there are some super elements in the 21st century. We all have smartphones. We all have smart these laptops, tablets, internet, and many things. Do you know, this year we have sold 1 billion of the smartphones. So in 1 year, 1 billion smartphones were sold. But there are many precious materials in your smartphone. Do you know that? What are the precious materials which are there in your material, in your smartphones? Silver, gold, and platinum, that we all know. But do you know anything beyond gold, platinum, and silver that is used in your smartphone, which is now called as a super element? And that is indium. ITO, that's indium tin oxide. And in this indium tin oxide, indium is a super element. Without use of indium, our smartphones would have not been there in the market. And this ITO is a transparent oxide, transparent conducting oxide. It exhibited metallic-like property, but it is transparent. No metal is transparent, but this material is conducting like metal, but transparent like an insulator. So this is a super element in the 21st century. And because of this ITO discoveries in the ITO and the screen, it is a touch screen was invented because of these ITOs. Whatever the touch screens that we are using, it is made, that particular touch screen is made up of ITOs. And Apple iPhone was, the Apple iPhone, the company used this ITO as a touch screen for the first time in the smartphone technology. And they launched this iPhone in 2007. Otherwise, we would have using the phones with the keyboards, keys in it, very small keys. It would have been difficult to handle smartphones with the smaller keys. No, now the keyboard is embedded in your fingertips and the smartphone screen. So that particular amazing discovery has been taken place. And one super element around this revolutionary discovery is indium. But entire industry, that particular ITO discovery has given birth to an entirely new industry. A lot of billionaires have been produced by these particular ITOs. But there is one problem. There is a lot of demand now for indium. Indium is tightly bound to zinc, and it is very difficult to disintegrate zinc from indium. So indium, you have to dissolve 1 ton of zinc ore, and then you get only 0.5 gram of indium out of that. So this is very, very rare. And but you know, currently the app industry is earning more money than Hollywood box office because of this ITO. It is possible only because of the ITO. Therefore, it is a super element of the 21st century, indium. But there is one problem, that it is very, very rare, and slowly the price will go on increasing. It has a limited reservoir onto the earth crust. It is limited source. There is only 700 tons of indium on the earth, and we will finish all this indium within the next 5 to 6 years. After 6 years, there would not be smartphones. Our next generation will not be able to use smartphones because we will run out of indium, which is a limited source. And therefore, it is a problem that we will face in the next 5 years or 6 years. Before that, we must find out new material and replace ITO with some another material. And for that, you have to start your research now. Or you have to start your research, might be 10 years back. Is there any replacement for the ITO? And that is why you should know all these particular challenges of the historical challenges and the futuristic challenges as a scientist. And you must tell your student about all these challenges. And when there is a high demand, there is a high need, people find out something new. But not in India, but somewhere outside the India. But my emphasis is that why not we start something new indigenously and find something new in India. Another new super element is called as the rhenium, which was invented in 1925. And because of rhenium, there is a lot of growth in what I can say that jet engines or turbo engines in the aeroplanes. In the aeroplanes, because of rhenium, which is a very, very strongly durable, stable at a very high temperature, turbo engines were created by Rolls-Royce. And because of these turbo engines, fuel efficiency of the aeroplanes has increased. And now we can travel by air with a very low cost. It has become very cheap. And the cheaper air travel today is because of one super element, and that is rhenium. But again, this rhenium is now becoming very, very costly. It is rare, but interestingly, it has come out of the waste that has been produced because of the production of the copper. So it is a copper waste from the copper mine. If you dig out 1 ton of copper, you will get only 0.5 milligram of rhenium. So that is the thing. So this is a super element. It has got a super application, but it is going away very soon. Again, we must try to find out some new super element. Okay. Now, till today, we are burning fuel like coal, oil, and gas, and getting energy out of that. We are rotating the turbines. Turbines are connected to the magnets. In the coil, when the magnet rotates, it creates electricity. And how we are rotating the turbines? By burning coal, fuel, and oil. Coal, oil, and gas. It is producing tremendous amount of pollution, environmental degradation, and then we have to find out solution. And what is the solution? We have to find out the solution where we don't burn anything, and that is solar cell and windmill. For solar cell and windmill, we don't have to burn anything. But there is one problem in windmill. Wind speed is not constant. So we must generate enough amount of current for the lowest speed of the winds. And that was the challenge for the windmill. And thanks to another super element, which is called as a neodymium. There is one magnet which is made up of neodymium, which do not require the use of gearboxes, but you can directly connect your shaft of the windmill to the neodymium magnet. It will produce great magnitudes of currents. And for solar cell, you just keep it under sunlight. It starts producing current. Photon energy is converted into electrical energy because of the silicon placed in the sunlight. So this silicon is also a super element. But there is again a problem. If there is no wind, if there is no sunlight, how to produce it? So the next super element is very important, that is lithium. You can store the excess amount of energy into the batteries, and the batteries are created because of another super element, which is lithium. So lithium ion batteries are very, very important. And we know these are the highly efficient rechargeable batteries, and the fabrication of electrical vehicles entirely rely on the discoveries of lithium batteries. And smartphone also, they rely on the lithium batteries. But again, there is one problem. Half of the world's lithium is found only in one place in the world, and that is Bolivia. There is one country in which half of the world's reservoir is available, lithium reservoir, but there is a problem of mining. They have banned mining of lithium. And very soon we will run out of lithium. So we have to find out some other alternative for fabrication of the batteries from the lithium. Can we fabricate sodium batteries? Can we fabricate potassium batteries? When sodium and potassium, they are abundantly available in the earth crust. So we have to shift our attention. We have to shift our focus of research from rarest materials, though it is a super element or super material, to the another materials which are abundantly available. But then you have to struggle a lot. There are a lot of challenges. There are a lot of bottlenecks that you have to solve. There are a lot of problems that you need to overcome to come out of these particular bottlenecks and drawbacks. But there is a way. Wherever there is a way, wherever there is a will, there is a way. Another super element I am going to tell you in a very short, now I'm coming to an end, is helium. And because of this helium, now we have got tremendous discoveries in the medical field. MRI, that is a magnetic resonance imaging. This particular technology is possible only because of the discovery of a helium gas, helium liquid. You know, helium liquefies at a very low temperature, about 4K. And at 4K, metal can become superconductor. A simple conductor can become a superconductor in the presence of liquid helium. So this liquid helium is not only a simple liquid, but it is a super fluid which can convert the conductor into superconductor. And because of this superconductor, you can use that superconductor into the MRI, and that is very helpful in diagnosing in the injuries, brain injuries, and cancer-like things. And because of that, medical field is advancing at a very fast rate. So there is a need of fusion and coming together. Some physicists, chemists, and biologists should come together to develop these astonishing discoveries. Another last element I'm going to tell you is about tungsten. Tungsten carbide, we all know, is again a super element. And this tungsten carbide is super hard material. And the largest producer of this tungsten carbide is China. So there is a lot of reservoirs of this tungsten carbide in China. But after 2010, China has restricted the use of tungsten carbide. So we should do something in discovery of tungsten carbide in India or somewhere else in the other countries in the world, because China has stopped supplying tungsten carbide. Where this tungsten carbide is used, that I leave to you. You can find out today, go home and do some homework. What are the why this discovery of tungsten carbide is important, and what are the application of tungsten carbide? This is very, very, very super hard material. And therefore, tungsten is also called as a super element. So, in short, when I was born, there were only 3 billion people in the world. Now it's 7 billion. And all these 7 billion people are buying stuff like smartphones and other important stuff. They are traveling by the aeroplanes. That require us to dig up more and more minerals from the earth to keep up to our demand. Till now, there is no problem, but we have only one earth. Sooner or later, we are going to reach the limits of what we can provide to the people. It is the ultimate bottleneck in the scientific discoveries. Maybe we have to mine into the space in future. We should be ready. But I think one thing history teaches us, when the demand is big enough, we tend to find the solution. And when we find the solution creates 10 more problems. So research is nothing but solving the problems, finding the solution, and that eventually solution will create another problems. Solving those problems is what I can say is the journey of science. And elements are becoming very, very rare and scarce. There is a danger that the technology that we take for granted will no longer be available in the coming future. Ultimately, though, I place my faith in the human ingenuity. I am optimistic that we can avoid running out of the stuff on which we rely on, using better design, better efficiency, much more efficient recycling, and maybe even space mining. But there is one lesson that we should learn from the nature, because your biology, applied biology is also your topic. So we should learn the lessons from the nature. Learning lessons from the nature is another fascinating thing I wanted to emphasize, but now I don't have much time. There is one super element that nature needs in abundance. And nature in nature, it never seems to run out. How nature is creating it, how nature is recycling that material it requires in an abundant manner. And that is phosphorus. Without phosphorus, there would not be a biological species on the earth. But how, once you exhaust phosphorus, how does nature recycle the phosphorus again into the ecosystem? That is the question. And that particular ecosystem and the cycle of recycling, how efficient recycling can be there in the nature, is really inquisitive point that you should all ponder upon and find the solution and find out the discoveries. Maybe biologists know how the nature recycles phosphorus, and phosphorus doesn't end, even though it's also the source is limited. But in the nature, the procedure is that the nature recreates phosphorus again and again. Recreation of the phosphorus, use of phosphorus, exhaustion, the phosphorus is exhausted during the reactions and growth of plants and crops. Once it is exhausted, again it is recycled back into the nature without losing anything back. It is not creating anything waste byproducts. So there is a key. When we look at the nature, we can find the solutions. And that particular entirely new family of research, new branch of research has taken into the existence, and that is called as a biomimicking. If you mimic the nature, you can find the solution in the nature, because nature has everything, but only thing is that we have to rediscover. We have to have minute observation and rediscover. That is the voyage, that is the journey that we all should go and travel to. And then you become a good scientist. And that was the message that I wanted to give you all in this particular conference, all the participants. So thank you very much again for inviting me here for the speech, and wish you all the best for this particular conference. Hope this conference is very fruitful and rewarding to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Be original, be curious, and be ready to accept challenges. This is the great message you gave to young and budding researchers. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Patil sir, for your thought-provoking address, which helped to set a perfect platform for this two-day first International Web Conference. Thank you once again.
The man behind this first International Web Conference is our Honorable Principal, Dr. L.D. Kadam sir. I humbly request our Principal sir to deliver presidential speech. Over to Principal sir.
Thank you, Priyanka. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, one and all. Chief guest of inaugural function, Honorable Professor P.S. Patil, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Keynote speaker, Honorable Professor Dr. Abdel Rahman Al-Tawaha from Al-Hussein bin Talal University, Jordan. Respected dignitaries, academicians, researchers, delegates from various countries, stakeholders, organizing committee members. Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar is hosting today's first international web conference on advances in material science and applied biology. I welcome you all on this occasion. I hope you all are safe and doing well. At the outset, I express my sincere tributes to the memories of great educationist and the founder of Raj Shikshan Sanstha, Padma Bhushan, Dr. Karmavir Bhaurao Patil. He was a great visionary educationist who worked for upliftment of masses and downtrodden people through education. Raj Shikshan Sanstha is the pioneer education institute in Maharashtra. It is one of the leading educational institutes in Asia. Raj Shikshan Sanstha is such an educational institute belonging to the people, working for people and being administered by the people. The Sanstha runs 42 colleges and all of them are known for imparting quality education. Our college, Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya Ramanandnagar, was established in 1968 by Ray Shikshan Samstha. The college is affiliated to Shivaji University, Kolhapur. The college runs UG and PG programs. College was accredited by NAC as A grade in third cycle with CGPA 3.02. Dear friends, as you all know, whole world is suffering from COVID-19 pandemic. Yet, from last 2 years, we are suffering from this major crisis. Due to this crisis, there are so many transformations and it has created adverse effects on various sectors like financial sector, public health sector, industrial sector, and education as well. It has created challenges on one side and opportunities on the other side. Due to threat of third wave of corona pandemic, it is advised to do work from home. And in this context and framework, today's International Wave Conference has emerged. International Wave Conference on Advances in Material Science and Applied Biology 2022 is the key forum to present research to interdisciplinary and international audience. It provides a window on the future of material science and offer an opportunity for researchers to exchange technical information and network with colleagues. This scientific program will highlight the latest advances in material science and applied biology at an international level with a strong emphasis on interdisciplinary research in both fundamental and applied areas. Over the conference of 2 days, internationally renowned speakers will describe how their research journey have developed. The field of material science is one of the rapidly developing field. A material comes into being determined its structure, which in turn controls its property and ultimately its functional performance. Our conference vision is to foster the individual growth of research students so that they gain practical experience and knowledge in area of material theory, synthesis, and characterization. Dear participants, this conference will create a platform for the experts' interaction as well as provide an opportunity to explore and learn innovative ideas in materials and life sciences. I congratulate organizing committee for organizing this first International Wave Conference. I am very grateful to Honorable Professor P.S. Patil, Pro Vice Chancellor Shivaji University, Kolhapur, for accepting our invitation and guiding us in this inaugural function. I appreciate the team members and experts for their hard work. And lastly, I would like to conclude and I express my best wishes to this conference. Thank you. Over to Tatode Madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presidential speech and for your all the efforts to make this event successful. Success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you are doing, you will be successful. To capture such a successful event of this present conference, I warmly welcome our principal, Dr. L.D. Kadam sir, and the organizing committee to publish abstract book of the conference and make it open to all. Sasane sir, please play the video of publication of the abstract book.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all of you. This movement adds a golden feather in the hat of success. Dear participants and attendees, this abstract book is available at the college website. You may visit the college website for more details. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all are here excited to listen keynote address. I request Professor Dr. Abdel Rahman Al Tawaha, full professor in plant science from Al Hussein bin Talal University, Jordan, to deliver resourceful keynote address.
Professor Dr. Abdel Rahman Al Tawaha, full professor in plant science from Al Hussein bin Talal University, Jordan. Please, sir.
Sir, are you there? Abidil, sir? Sir, please unmute yourself.
Dear participants and attendees, please just wait for a few seconds for our keynote speaker.
Chat. Abidil, sir, your co-host, you can unmute yourself, please.
Sir, are you getting us? Honorable Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. Hi.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's now. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. It is a great honor for me to join our friend and colleague in the scientific community to attend the International Web Conference on Advanced in Material Science and Applied Biology. My special thanks for organizing committee for inviting me to deliver my lecture about adaptation of a plant to drought environment. Plant adaptation to drought environment, it's a big issue everywhere, especially in the Middle East and in Arab country. Drought has always been considered as a key issue that restrict the plant and crop growth everywhere, especially in the Mediterranean region. We expected to have longer it is expected to have a longer and more severe drought. Here in Jordan, 90% of our area receive less than 100 millimeter per year, and it is considered as a desert area. So the drought is a big issue for our country and other country in the Middle East. And we know that the drought has a harness of it is erratic and it is depend in many issues such as the occurrence and the scattering of rainfall and also the evaporation rate and the ability of the soil to store the water. So the drought can affect the plant in different issues. It is affected the plant and it is the growth and physiology and it is yield and quality. The effect of drought, stress, and growth have been well studied in crops. We did several experiments in many crops for more than 25 years in Jordan. And we noticed that in most cases, the growth of annual plant will be decreased by drought more than the perennial plant. So the annual plant is more affected by drought more than the perennial plant. Also, the major effect of drought, it occurs in the cellular level. It has affected the growth, what it means is cell divisions and cell expansions. And also, the drought is a big issue in the germination and the establishment of a new crops. Also, from our experience and from our experiment, we noticed that the drought affects many processes in the plant, such as the photosynthesis process, and also it is affect the transpiration rate and many content in the plant, such as the chlorophyll content. We noticed also the drought is a big issue and it is affected the yield and yield component and the phenological trait of the plant, especially in the annual plant. When we talk about wheat and we will talk about barley and we will talk about legume, so we know that the legume plant is a very important crop for our food because it contains a higher concentration of a protein. So we need to have a good varieties and cultivar that can grow under drought condition. So we have major categories that represent the strategy of adaptation of plant to desert or to drought environment. And the first key, it is a drought escaping a plant. And such kind of plant, it is annual plant that are extremely dependent on autumn and winter rainfall. And such kind of plant has the ability to complete their life cycle within one growing season. It means from seed to seed, it needs maybe 5 months to 6 months. This such kind of plant, it is drought escaping plant. So such kind of plant can grow and finish their life cycle before the drought period. The second kind of category, it is drought evading plant, where such kind of plant is deciduous perennial plant, which can go to dormancy when we have a limited of moisture in the soil. It is a deciduous perennial plant. So such kind of plant can grow and give us a vegetative growth and flowering growth. Then they can go to dormancy when the plant subjected to the drought condition. And also we have the third categories, which is a drought enduring plant. Such kind of plant has a various morphological and physiological adaptation in root and shoot that give the plant to maintain the growth even in time of extreme water stresses. And the fourth category of a plant that has the ability to adapt with a drought, it is a drought resisting a plant. Well, such kind of plant, it is a perennial succulent plant that have some modification inside their tissue that give the root and stem and leaf to adapt and to grow under extreme drought conditions. So we now have a clear about our problem with a drought, and we have 4 categories of a plant that can adapt with a drought condition. But we have to look to find the best agronomic approach to stress management. So the first agronomic approach to stress management is the choices of the crop and varieties. The plant breeder developed an advanced crop variety that can survive and grow well in a range of environment. And we know that the International Center of Agricultural Research in the Dry Areas, ICARDA, has developed in the past 20 years many variety from cereal and legume that has the ability to grow under a drought condition. So for many years, the development of a drought-tolerant crop has been one of the major strategies for organizing water restriction in the agriculture. Also, the selection of short duration crop was chosen because it is important to combat the drought and due to their ability to escape from the terminal drought. Also, we have the second option, which is the tillage. The tillage is very important, and it is a traditional information about the tillage, but we prefer to have the zero tillage compared with the traditional tillage, because the zero tillage can store the maximum quantity of water compared with the conventional tillage. The second choices or the second agronomic approach to stress management, the using of tephra cover, because we have many plant residues such as straw can be used to decrease the evaporation from the soil and to keep the moisture inside the soils. And also, we can choose a traditional method to select the best planting date. In the arid region and in the semi-arid region, the selection of a right planting date for a crop is one of the most significant factor in its protection. And also, we noticed from our experience and from a previous experiment that early planting has been found to be more better than late planting. And this effect in the yield and yield component of many crops such as wheat, barley, faba bean, lentil, chickpeas. So many important crops, we prefer the early planting compared with the late planting. And we can choose and select also the seed priming. And the seed priming is very good option. So we can use more than option in the same time. For example, early planting with the seed priming, with the potassium nitrate, so it can give us a good condition to tolerate the drought condition. Also, the nutrient management. We know that the plant need a nutrient to grow, and we have two kinds of element. We have a macro nutrient and we have a micronutrient. Macronutrient we know, such as potassium, nitrogen, phosphorus. The plant need such kind of nutrient in huge amount, or such kind of element can be found in high concentration inside the plant tissue. And also we know that the plant need a micronutrient to complete their life cycle, such as boron, etc. But for agronomic approach to stress management, we need three or two elements. The first one, the potassium. The potassium is a very important element that affected the plant growth, especially under drought condition. Potassium can improve the growth of many crops under drought condition, and we found that the potassium can improve the root system and the shoot system under drought condition. And also the second element, it is the phosphorus. The phosphorus is very important element, and the plant needed in high concentration. And we found that under the arid and the semi-arid condition, I am talking here about our experiment in Jordan, the phosphorus can improve the growth and yield of many crops, from grasses or from legumes. So the two elements that we needed mainly under drought condition, it is the potassium and the phosphorus. And also we use in Jordan, because as I talked, Jordan, 90% of Jordan receive less than 100 millimeter per year. So we have a very big dry area. So we are using a water harvesting technique to save some water to be used for supplementary irrigation. This is our talk about the drought, but recently we are working with some element or some material such as chitosan, and we use the chitosan and we found such kind of material can improve the plant growth and productivity under drought condition, because such kind of material can affect the transpiration rate. And we can also use other materials, polysaccharide, and we can add such kind of element as a foliar application to the plant, such as yeast extract and LCOs. Such kind of compound can improve the plant and productivity under drought condition. So I am happy to join the web conference, and thank you so much for allowing us to deliver our simple lecture about our projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your virtual presence here and also for your valuable insights in this international web conference. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
To extend vote of thanks of this inaugural function, I invite Dr. Mrs. Gauri Patil Madam, co-coordinator of the conference and head Department of Physics. Gauri Patil Madam, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Ashwini ma'am. Tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare it for today. Having said that, education is passport to the future. Good afternoon to one and all. With immense pleasure, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our magnificent speakers, Professor Dr. P.S. Patil sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Shivaji University Kolhapur, and Professor Dr. Abdel Rahman Al Tawal sir, Professor in Plant Science, Talal University Jordan, who amplify our motivation with their ocean of knowledge. In the inaugural speech by Professor Dr. P.S. Patil sir, he emphasized on the essence of nanotechnology in our day-to-day life and how the scientific fraternity has come together despite of physical challenges to overcome problems in scientific understanding of materials with interesting instances. Sir, you are our source of motivation and energy. Thank you, sir, for your blessing always. Professor Dr. Abdel Rahman sir, in his keynote speech, very nicely explained how the molecular and physiological mechanisms are associated with water stress tolerance and water use efficiency have been extensively studied. Secondly, I thank the entire enthusiastic and passionate organizing team of the today's extravagant program, without whose efforts and sincerity this occasion would not have been possible. Last but not least, I thank our honorable leader and pillar of wisdom, our very own principal, Honorable Dr. L.D. Kadam sir, whose constant guidance, support, and dedication has made this event possible. Concluding further, I urge each and every participant to learn and imbibe the knowledge of horizon of perspectives from our visionaries. Thank you very much. Over to Ashwini ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Dear participants and attendees, we are immediately entering into the second session.
I warmly welcome you all at this second session. It's an honor to have with us Honorable Dr. Jaydeep Bharate sir, Senior Research Engineer from Omia University, Sweden, as a resource person for this session. May I now request Mr. Vikas Bhosle sir from Department of Chemistry to introduce our resource person of this session to our esteemed audience. Thank you, sir. Over to Vikas Bhosle sir.
Good afternoon to one and all. I am Vikas Bhosle, Assistant Professor in Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli, District Sangli of Maharashtra in India. Here to introduce today's eminent international resource person, Dr. Jaydeep Bharate. He is currently working in as a Senior Research Engineer, Department of Chemistry, Omia University, Omia, Sweden. He completed his MSc in Organic Chemistry from Sangamner Nagarpalika Arts, DJ Malpani Commerce and BN Sarda Science College, Sangamner, University of Pune, Maharashtra. He completed his PhD in Chemical Science from Medicinal Chemistry Division, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, CSIR, Jammu, India. He also worked as a research scientist in Piramal Discovery Solutions in the R&D sector, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. He also patent file entitled of polyalkylated acyl and benzyl fluoroglucinol as a potent P-glycoprotein inducer. In 2016 to 2018, he worked as a postdoctoral research associate in Professor Hon U. Lee's Group, Pharmaceutical Science Department, University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences, Little Rock, USA. He has published 22 international research papers on different subjects of medicine and chemistry in organic biomolecule chemistry, European Journal of Medicinal Chemistry, in RSC, in ACS, in tetrahedral letters, and in medicinal chemistry. He has attended many national and international conferences on different subjects in India and abroad as well. Poster presentation also completed by him. He also worked as technical expert. At last but not least, I would like to remark Dr. Jaydeep Bharate's award and achievement. He is awarded by highest number of contribution to institution repository compound in September 2013. He qualified CSR NET GRF conducted on December 2011, India. It is our great pleasure to have him as a resource person for today's international conference. And he is going to talk on drug discovery on kinase inhibitors and Alzheimer's disease. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to Ashwini ma'am.
Thank you, Bhosle sir. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them here today to make this event memorable. With this note, let me invite Honorable Dr. Jaydeep Bharate sir, Senior Research Engineer from Umeå University, Sweden, to deliver his resourceful address.
Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Jaydeep Bharate sir, please.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me opportunity to present my research work on first international web conference organized by Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya. Today, I would like to give a talk on drug discovery on kinase inhibitor and anti-Alzheimer's disease. Dr. Bhosle already explained about my brief education and experience. That's why I skip this slide. This is outline of my research career. During last 10 years, I work on 3 projects. First one is the metal-free, metal-mediated domino 1 pot synthesis of medicinal importance scaffold. I work with Dr. Ramanandnagar during my PhD. The second project is design and synthesis of novel kinase inhibitor for oncology drug discovery. I work with Professor Hanguli during my USA first postdoc. And third one is design and synthesis of highly functionalized pyrimidine-fused two-pyridone scaffold with amyloid fibril binding activity. Currently, I am working on this project with Professor Fredrik Almqvist in Sweden. Here I am giving a brief introduction about drug discovery and drug development. First of all, what is meant by the drug? Drug is a medicine or other substance which has physiological effect when injected or otherwise introduced into the body. Or drug are substance that changes the person's physical or mental state. Drug is a substance other than food when inhaled, injected, smoked, consumed, absorbed, via patch on the skin or dissolved under the tongue cause physiological change in the body. For example, alcohol, caffeine, aspirin, nicotine, all are drugs. These are drug discovery processes. First of all, what is meant by the drug discovery, then drug development and its timeline. Drug discovery. Drug discovery, it is the process by which drugs are designed and discovered. Then drug development. Drug development is the process to bring new pharmaceutical drug into the market once lead compound has been identified through all the process. The drug discovery, it is the very lengthy process to bring drug from discovery to the market. A pharmaceutical company, it requires 10 to 15 years and $1 billion. And drug discovery timeline divided into 3 parts. One moment. Divided into 3 parts. First one is the drug discovery. The drug discovery it takes alone 6 years to prove the mechanism of reactions. The main of drug discovery is to identify of lead compound, and it undergoes more than 10,000 compound can be screened before the preclinical trial. Then next is the preclinical trial, the testing the lead compound on animal. It undergoes in vivo, in vitro, ADME property study, and 250 compound can be screened before the clinical trial. Then next is the clinical trial. The clinical trial, the drug study on the human being. It undergoes 3 types: phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 undergoes drug safety study. Phase 2 undergoes drug efficacy study, and phase 3 undergoes therapeutic effect. And it can be 5 compound can be screened under the clinical trial. Then next one is the FDA review. FDA review is the Food Drug Administration. It is one of the United States agency, and that is responsible for protecting the human health. And drug FDA review make the decision whether drug approved or not. And finally, one drug came into the market, and it takes around 10 to 15 years and $1 billion of cost. Next one is the why there is need to discover new anti-cancer drug. There are few reasons. Cancer is one of the most deadly disease of mankind. Majority of cancer are untreatable. Development of resistance to existing drug, and there is still no effective treatment of several cancer. Still there is need for a discovery of effective anti-cancer drug. My abroad journey started on drug discovery target, here on oncology target as well as anti-Alzheimer target. On oncology target, I choose 2 targets, FLT3 and RET kinase. So far, we discovered 3 lead molecule, and in anti-Alzheimer discovery, we found 4 lead molecule. This is overall lead optimization cycle. With the help of molecular modeling, we design the target, synthesize to them, and biological activity in vitro, and in vivo study testing. Then analyze the result with the help of SAR. And here I am giving a brief introduction about computer-aided drug discovery. The computer-aided drug discovery, it is the program technique by which drugs are designed and biological active compounds are identified with the evident. And it undergoes 2 types, structure-based drug discovery and ligand-based drug discovery. The structure-based drug discovery, it is the direct approach. We know the target, and it undergoes molecular modeling. Molecular modeling gives the information about ligand receptor binding interaction. Then next one is the virtual screening. The many pharmaceutical company trying to identify lead drug molecule develop into the drug. There is one of the technique called as high throughput screening. The high throughput screening, it can be screened more than 50,000 compound in a per day. Then next one is the Lipinski rule 5. Every compound must be obey this rule, Lipinski rule. Then next one is the activity prediction, and finally drug candidate. The drug candidate must have potency as well as selectivity. Next approach is ligand-based drug discovery. It is indirect approach. We don't know the target, and it comes under QSAR and pharmacophore modeling. QSAR gives the information about quantitative structure correlated with biological activity, and pharmacophore modeling is responsive, giving the information about biological responsible group is essential for bioactivity. Then activity prediction, and finally drug candidate. Coming toward my research work, this is my first postdoctoral research work with Professor Hanguli, and this is one of the key projects which was completed in 2018. The title of project is rational design, synthesis, and biological evaluation of pyrimidine 4,6-diamine derivative as a type 2 inhibitor of FLT3 selective against c-KIT. First of all, what is meant by the rational design? Rational design means modulation of specific biological target that may have therapeutic value. Then I am here giving brief introduction about FLT3 and AML. FLT3 is the molecular target for acute myeloid leukemia. Therefore, this kinase get overexpressed in acute myeloid leukemia. The AML is the acute myeloid leukemia. It is the cancer of blood or bone marrow. It is very dangerous cancer. If it is not treated early, it goes to worse. So this FLT3 kinase, tyrosine kinase get overexpressed in acute myeloid leukemia. Therefore, this kinase activation of this downstream pathway. These all are of kinase. RAS, RAP, JAK, STAT, PI3 key, all are kinase. They play crucial role, importance, cell survival and proliferation. Next one is these are representative examples of FLT3 kinase inhibitor. First two examples, serolalinib and quizartinib, is in clinical trial, and third one, midostaurin under these are FDA approved inhibitor. Recently, Novartis discovered this inhibitor. With the help of computer-aided drug discovery, we designed this basic pharmacophore. Central heterocyclic core is the pyrimidine moiety via connected two amine bonds between ring A and ring B. The ring B and ring C between 3-atom aliphatic linker via connected via amine bond. Under the design pharmacophore in hand, we synthesize our target. Coming towards synthesis, in synthetic scheme first, we did first nucleophilic substitution reactions between ethyl 4-amino phenyl acetate and 2,4-dichloropyrimidine. We got intermediate first, which undergoes, we did Buchwald reaction by using tetrakis cesium carbonate. We got this Buchwald product. Then which undergoes, we did hydrolysis by using LiOH, followed by amidation reaction by using EDCHOET DIPA. And here we synthesize several compounds. In synthetic scheme second, we synthesize some urea analog or SAR purpose. For that, we took this Bock protected diamine, treated with 4,6-dichloropyrimidine. We got 11 intermediate, which undergoes debug, which undergoes Buchwald reactions, and then followed by debug, and then urea synthesis by using isocyanate. In synthetic scheme third, all reaction conditions are same. Just we change here. We change. We took 2,6-dichloropyridine instead of pyrimidine. We synthesize some of compound. These are structural analog. Here amide bond containing we change particularly N-methyl terbutyl pyrazole and its bulkier substitution, and other side pyrimidine other side containing different substituted aromatic amines as well as aliphatic amines. Then we replace amide bond containing different isoxazole group for biology purpose. Here we also synthesize some substituted aromatic amines as well as aliphatic amines, cyclopropyl. And next coming toward lead optimization. First of all, what is meant by the lead optimization? Lead optimization means identification of biological active compound. So here we found our lead JB33 compound, which have shown FLT3 IC50 value 13.9 nanomolar, other kinase shown weak inhibition. See here N-methyl terbutyl pyrazole, if we change this group to isoxazole, activity it goes to decrease. If we change this N-methylpyrazole to simple substituted aromatic amines, activity again it goes to decrease. This sulfonyl group also responsible for biological activity. If we change this sulfonyl to aliphatic amines, again activity it goes to decrease. So this is our lead molecule. Then coming to our SAR. We designed basic pharmacophore initially, and we found this lead compound. This lead compound is preferred over this pyrimidine moiety is preferred over this pyridine ring. Then next one is the N-methylterbutylpyrazole, also preferred over this isoxazole group. And N-methylpyrazole also preferred over these bulkier substitutions. This NH linker also preferred over this oxygen linker. See here, this is methylene linker is the rotable bond, also responsive preferred over this urea linker. This sulfonyl group also preferred over these aliphatic groups. The purpose of SAR means the structure activity correlationship. Then coming toward biology, in vitro selectivity of JB33 compound and JB40 toward various related kinases. These are various kinases FLT3, FLT3 mutant, CSF1R, RET mutant, and Aurora kinase. And we found two lead compounds, JB33 and JB40, which have shown significant activity 13.9 and 63 nanomolar. Other kinase shown weak inhibition. Next one is the in vitro cytotoxicity study. These are various leukemias cancer cell lines, and these two active compounds JB33 and 40, which have shown 10 and 7 nanomolar GI50 value in ME4 cell lines. Coming toward molecular modeling, these are three models. First two models contain pyrimidine moiety. It close to hinge regions. It forms the hydrogen bonding to hinge region. And this third model contains pyridine moiety, absence of one nitrogen, and it does not form the hydrogen bonding to hinge regions. This N-methylterbutylpyrazole also bind to allosteric pocket. It goes to allosteric pocket and responsible for biological activity. See here, this pyrimidine moiety, it forms the hydrogen bonding to hinge regions, and this amide bond also responsible for hydrogen bonding with amino acid, and this N-methylterbutylpyrazole also goes to allosteric pocket. Finally, we did two study, incubation kinetic and IC50 with increasing ATP concentration. The first slide indicates that the increase the incubation time, increase the compound activity, and second figure indicates the incubation ATP concentration, compound does not increase the activity. These two slides highly suggestive that compound 13A is assessing FLT3 allosteric pocket and is non-competitive. And finally, conclusions. So far, we found this lead molecule, which have shown FLT3 activity 13.9 nanomolar and other kinase shown weak inhibition. And this compound also display promising anti-proliferative activity in AML cancer cell line. Then next one is my second postdoctoral research work with Professor Patrick Almquist. The design and synthesis of highly functionalized pyrimidine fused to pyridone scaffold with amyloid fibril binding activity. Coming toward background of Parkinson and Alzheimer disease. First of all, what is meant by the Parkinson and Alzheimer? Both are neurodegenerative disease caused by death and degeneration of neuron. These diseases occur due to formation of Lewy body in the brain, and these Lewy body are very toxic to brain cells. I am giving brief details. This alpha-synuclein protein present in the human body, particularly in brain, and it undergoes folding and misfolding, leading to formation of oligomer in the body. These oligomers are converted into amyloid fibers. These amyloid fibers undergoes aggregation, leading to formation of this Lewy body. This Lewy body deposition on the tips of the neuron. These Lewy body are very toxic to brain cell. That's cause Parkinson and Alzheimer's disease happen. And the main symptoms of the Parkinson disease is the movement disorder, muscular rigidity, and ability to judge the distance. And Alzheimer's disease, main symptoms is the loss of memory and thinking skill. For the treatment for Parkinson disease, dopamine analog of levodopa and donepezil SCL for Alzheimer's disease. Then coming toward my work, oxidative coupling of approach for the functionalized 2-pyridine. My student research group particularly working on this pyridine scaffold. More than 10 people currently working on this scaffold. And initially we thought we plan to make some interesting starting material which are useful for biological activity to make the different heterocycles. For that, we synthesize this diamine. For this synthesis started from this melt drum. We took this melt drum and treated with chloroacetic acid. We got this melt drum acid. Synthesis of iminoether from cyclopropyl acetonitrile. In presence of acetonitrile, we got this iminoether. This iminoether undergoes condensation reaction by using L-cysteine, leading to formation of this thiazolene. This thiazolene and this melt drum undergoes conjugated addition in presence of strong acid. We got this chloropyridone. This chloropyridone, this chloro group are converted into azide in presence of sodium azide. This reaction only 30 minutes. Completion of this reaction, it takes only 30 minutes. This intermediate undergoes again nitration in presence of sodium nitrite and TFA. We got this nitro product. This nitro and azide both are simultaneously reduced in presence of palladium carbon and high pressure, 40 bar hydrogen high pressure. We got this diamine. Then further we took this diamine and condensed with aldehyde in presence of potassium persulfate. We got this pyrimidine fused to pyridone. And further we hydrolyzed in presence of LiOH. We got this hydrolyzed acid. Here we synthesize 39 examples up to 58 to 90% yield. Then coming toward optimization of reaction condition. Then initially we tried reaction in presence of air and oxygen. We got 10 to 15% of yield. Then we realized this reaction need oxygen. Then further we reaction tried under nitrogen. This reaction doesn't work. Then we tried air plus different oxidant, I2-MCPBA ammonium persulfate can. Our reaction does not proceed due to formation of byproduct. This sulfur get oxidized. Then oxygen and silver acetate, we got 20 and 28% yield. And interestingly, we found potassium persulfate in one equivalent, we got 67% yield. In two equivalent, 75% yield. Three equivalent, 79% yield. And under the optimization condition in hand, we propose the mechanism of reactions. This is condensation reaction between diamine and aldehyde, leading to formation of this tetrahydropyrimidine. This potassium persulfate undergoes a decomposition in presence of heat, leading to formation of KHSO4 radical. These tetrahydropyrimidine are converted into pyrimidine fused to pyridone in presence of this catalytic system. Then further we synthesize different analog. by changing the different substituted aldehyde, particularly electron withdrawing nitro, cyano, fluoro, difluoro, getting excellent yield. Donating group like methyl, methoxy, methylene dioxy also working well. Heterocyclic like thiophene, furon, and pyridine also working well. Aliphatic like cyclopropyl, cyclohexyl, and butyl getting lower yield, not that much. Further, we change this cyclopropyl pyridone to phenyl, methoxy, and unsubstituted, also working well. Then next one is we synthesize here disubstituted pyrimidine fused to pyridone series. We synthesize R2 group containing phenyl as a starting material, and we synthesize some analog here for biological activity purpose. These substrates come also working well, getting good yield. Then further we did late stage functionalization on simple molecule. We took this unsubstituted pyridone, which undergoes we did bromination followed by Suzuki reactions, and here we change different pyridones, 3-phenyl, CF3, sulfonyl, methylene dioxide, nitro, fluoro, and hyphens also working well. And all compound we hydrolyze with the help of LiOH. We got this acid. All these compound we purified with HPLC and tested for amyloid activity. And these are amyloid activity results. So far, we found these two lead. Compound 8A are bind to alpha-synuclein and mutagenic due to this nitro group. And compound 11G are inhibitor to A-beta fibril formation and non-mutagenic. The slide first indicate that alpha-synuclein activity for Parkinson's disease. See here, this black trace indicate alpha-synuclein protein. These are alpha-synuclein protein control, and this color graph shown our compound activity, and our strong active compound is 8A and 11A, which are binder to inhibit the formation of fibrils. And compound figures second indicates that amyloid activity for anti-Alzheimer disease. This is black trace indicate the amyloid beta proteins control, and color graph shown our compound activity. And our compound active compound is 11G, which are strong inhibitor for A-beta. And then conclusion, this nitrophenyl substitution display moderate and strong ability to bind alpha-synuclein fibrils, and 2-naphthyl group is potent inhibitor for amyloid beta fibril formations. This is our lead compound. Further, this lead compound will be useful for to treatment of anti-Alzheimer brain. This compound have strong potential for further exploration of CNS disease. This is my overall postdoctoral research short summary. We completed 3 series. First 2 series contain pyrimidine moiety. Our first pyrimidine series we published scientific report journal. Second series we published in JMC recently, and third imidazopyrimidine series we published in EGMC or FLT3 target. And this is my current Sweden work. We found 3 lead. One published in OBC, second JOC, and third one under communication under OBC. And this is a brief summary of my PhD work. My PhD work particularly involved in heterocycles. Here I synthesize various heterocycles, quinoline, substituted quinoline, substituted pyrrole, imidazopyrimidine, imidazole, and 3,3-indolmethane for biological activity purpose. And we publish this protocol in well-known reported journal. And I also work on natural product chemistry. For that, I choose 3 natural products. First one is the colocolon, second garcinol and isogarcinol. This colocolon undergoes, we did targeted modification for PGP induction activity. And these garcinol and isogarcinol I isolated from Garcinia indica plant in gram level, in gram scale, and which undergoes we did semi-synthetic modification, alkylation, benzylation, sulfonation for PGP induction activity. And this work we patented in 2016 and granted on 2019. Finally, acknowledgement. I work with Dr. Ram Vishwakarma during my PhD, and I work with Professor Hanguli during my USA first postdoc. This is my USA research group. Then currently I'm working with Professor Fredrik Almqvist in Sweden and Professor Jörgen Enden. This is my Sweden research group. And thank you for valuable time and kindly attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening talk on topic drug discovery on kinase inhibitor and Alzheimer's disease. To extend vote of thanks, I invite Mr. Umesh Sheikhe, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry. Over to Sheikhe, sir. Sheikhe, sir.
If you have any questions, ask me.
If anyone has any questions, you can ask.
Hello. If anyone from the participants have any questions, you can raise the questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable dignitaries and respected resource person. It has been an honor to a great part of this first international web conference on advances in material science and applied biology 2022. Myself, Mr. Umesh Sheikhe, Assistant Professor in Chemistry and IQAC Coordinator Dr. Patangrao, Kadam, Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli. On the behalf of organizing committee, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the resource person of this session, Mr. Jaydeep Bharate, Senior Research Engineer, Omega University, Sweden, has spread his precious time from his busy schedule to grace this session and enlighten all of us with drug discovery on kinase inhibitor and Alzheimer's disease. Thank you very much, sir. I also thank to all the participant research scholars and resource person from the different parts of the world. I also thank to the convener, coordinator, and organizing secretary and principal of this college for giving me opportunity to propose vote of thanks. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, it's time to start the third session. The resource persons of third session is Honorable Dr. P. Anushkaran from Division of Biotechnology, South Korea. To introduce this distinguished scholar, I invite Ms. Namrata Kambe ma'am from Department of Physics. Over to Namrata ma'am. Namrata ma'am, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. To start with, I first express my gratitude to Dr. Sambhaji Shinde, Research Professor at Hanyang University, Seoul, for his enormous help in connecting to our resource person. This task to introduce resource person of session 2, Dr. Periyar Sami Anushkaran, is a great prestige, is a great privilege. If one takes a closer look at the alchemy of achieving person, two distinct virtues pop up, besides perseverance and hard work. These are pioneering spirit and willingness. Dr. Anushkaran is living idiom of it. Dr. Anushkaran is currently working at Division of Biotechnology, Jeonbuk National University, Republic of Korea. He has completed his PhD in material chemistry.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Have you heard anything or should I repeat?
Continue.
Okay, sir. He has completed his PhD in material chemistry at Jeonbuk National University with a research experience in photochemical water splitting and hydrogen generation. He has over 10 publications in national and international journals, coupled with an impressive work experience as research assistant and demonstrator at Department of Chemistry, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. He is also working as member of Royal Society of Chemistry and member of American Chemical Society. We are lucky enough to have with us Dr. Periyar Swami Anushkaran to enlighten us with his topic of talk, TIZN Fe2O4, SiOX COPI, hierarchical nanocoral arrays for efficient photoelectrochemical water splitting, effect of in situ TI doping and SiOX pole transport channel. A warm welcome to you, sir, from organizing team of ICAMSAB 2022. Over to Dr. Anushkaran.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you visible my slides?
Yes.
If you can. Okay. Okay. Already described about myself. So I'm going to about my topic: titanium dope, zinc ferrite, silicon oxide, cobalt phosphate, hierarchical nanocoral arrays for efficient photoelectrochemical water splitting, with the effect of the in situ titanium doping and silicon oxide all transport channel. First of all, on the introduction, primary energy consumption is the fuel. In recent last decades, when we see from 1965 to 2035, the renewable energy sources, hydro, nuclear, coal, gas, and oil, resource fuel components are used as a energy source. But when we see after 2015, the renewable energy source is used as a energy source, because the conversion of the solar energy to chemical energy has been proposed as one of the most attractive and important alternatives for the fossil fuel sources to mitigate the global energy crisis. When we see this slide, when we use the coal or other fuels, there is making the global warming and greenhouse gas effects. So we need to replace and mitigate these things by using the renewable energy and sustainable energy source. So when we using the direct solar energy, biomass, and solar photovoltaics, these are the energy sources directly from the sunlight to produce the hydrogen storage and utilization. Also specifically these three things are the main component, and direct solar energy is the direct water splitting to produce the hydrogen storage. Compared to others, the coal, oil, and natural gas, these are the fossil fuels, and it can release the CO2 as the global greenhouse gases to affect the global warming. So photoelectrochemical water splitting, this is the which is the capable of the effective exploiting solar light to provide renewable energy fuel and mitigate environmental pollution, is considerable green and successful approach to address the adversity. In the different classification of the hydrogen, there is a 3 different things: gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and green hydrogen. When we see the gray hydrogen, it split the natural gas into hydrogen and CO2. So where the CO2, carbon dioxide, is emitted into the atmosphere, which is not beneficial and which causes the adverse effect to the atmosphere. And when we use the blue hydrogen, which split the natural gas into the hydrogen and CO2, where the CO2 is stored and reused. But when we considering the green energy, green hydrogen, there is the split the natural gas into the hydrogen and oxygen, where is no emission of the carbon dioxide. So based on that, we are moving through the water splitting with photoelectrochemical. So this is the schematic representation of the photoelectrochemical water splitting. Only we are using the N-type photoanode material and platinum cathode material, as well as the reference electrode. From the anode material, there is the water is reduced and form the H plus and O2. Simultaneously, in the cathode, the H plus oxidized by using the electron to produce the hydrogen gas. When we see the energy diagram, the light illumination with the energy equal or higher than the band gap of this anode material, it can generate the electrons and holes. The photogenerated electrons can excite into the conduction band, which can travel through the external wire to the cathode material to produce the hydrogen. Simultaneously, the remaining holes participate in the water oxidation process to form the oxygen gas. In this regard, there are several metal oxide already received from the 1972 by the Fujishima Honda. He discovered the titanium oxide as the photoanode material to used as a photoanode material. But after that, several metal oxides like tungsten oxide, BiVFO, copper tungstate, hematite, based on the materials explored. But when we compare with the other materials, zinc ferrite is one of the emerging material which has a conduction band and valence band position is suitable for the water oxidation reduction process, and stability also very good manner and abundance in the earth. So in this presentation, I am going to present about the zinc ferrite based photoanode material for the photoelectrochemical water splitting. This is the structure of the zinc ferrite. There is the Fe3 plus and zinc Saturn 2 plus. Fe3 plus substitute as the octahedral structure, and Saturn 2 plus is replaced in the tetrahedral manner. The advantage is the narrow band gap around 1.9 to 2.1 electron volt, chemical stability, non-toxicity, and low cost. Simultaneously, there is some disadvantages also existing, like short hole diffusion length, low absorption coefficient, poor conductivity, and large required overpotential, and requires an extreme temperature for the ferrite crystallization. So to overcome from these drawbacks, we have some synthesized the size and morphologic control we can make to the nanocomposites. And also we can make the metal oxide heterojunctions to form the, to correlate with the valence band and conduction band positions to pass through the electrons and holes. And also doping is another strategy, simultaneously quantum dot sensitization and co-catalyst coupling. When we consider the doping, there is a so far so many dopants are used as a N-type dopants, particularly plus tetravalent and pentavalent dopants. So in this manner, we are using titanium as a dopant. So titanium 4 plus is the enhancing the electrical conductivity and generating structural disorder owing to the oxygen octahedral distortion. So we choose the titanium 4 plus as a dopant. Simultaneously, we can see doping only can't improve the doping can only improve the bulk electrical conductivity. So we have to improve the surface properties also. So for the improving the surface properties, all transport channel or co-catalyst loading is another efficient method to improving the oil transport from the photoanode to the electrolyte for water oxidation purpose. So co-catalyst means oxygen evolution catalyst, which can improve the oil transfer through the semiconductor electrolyte interface, thus boost the water oxidation purpose. So when we consider when we looking the experimental condition, initially ferric chloride, sodium nitrate, and titanium 4+ doped particle nanocorals synthesized through the hydrothermal method, and then zinc precursor was dropped on the nanocoral to form the zinc ferrite. And after dropping, the first heat treatment at 800 degrees Celsius were conducted to form the zinc ferrite. Simultaneously, zinc oxide also covered the surface of the nanocorals. So zinc oxide is unstable in the base electrolyte. So we have to remove the zinc oxide by using the etching process. And then again, second heat treatment was conducted to complete formation of the titanium doping zinc ferrite. After that, microwave method was used to form the silicon oxide overlayer on the titanium doped zinc ferrite nanocoral. And then finally, I used the cobalt phosphate as the co-catalyst to electrodeposition purpose as a co-catalyst. And when we look the XRD pattern, initially I used different atomic concentration of the titanium to optimize the titanium dopant concentration. So the green color is without doping, and red color is the 4% dopant, C is black color is the C 8% dopant, and D is the 12% dopant. So there is from the XRD we can confirm the formation of the complete formation of the zinc ferrite. From the B, it shows the crystalline size of the each photoanode material. Crystalline size was determined by using the Scalar equation, which is D is equal to 0.9 lambda divided by beta cos theta. Here lambda is the wavelength which used for the XRD, and beta is the full width of maxima of the specific peak, and theta is the 2 theta degree angle, Black's angle of the specific peak from the XRD. By using this equation, I calculated the crystalline size of the each dopant, and which shown in the B. From the FSM image, we can see the A is the without dopant and B is the optimized dopant. After doping, we can see there is the reduction in the thickness of the nanocoral. This is because of sometimes the titanium 4+ is easily undergoes the hydrolysis process, so which can hinder the growth of the Fe3+. That is why after titanium doping, the thickness is reduced. And here from this figure 10, we can see the this one is the TEM image, transmission electron microscope, and then high resolution transmission electron microscope. From this, we can observe the lattice fringes belongs to the zinc ferrite. Also, we can see from the energy dispersive spectroscopy mapping images to confirm the distribution of each element through the nanocoral mapping. Also, elemental mapping also shows the existence of each elements in the nanocoral. We also conducted the XPS analysis to further confirm the elements. So the green is the without doping, so there is no any titanium XPS peak. From the optimized sample source, the titanium doped titanium peaks, which belongs to the +4 oxidation state. From the Fe XPS peak, we can observe the Fe3+ existence, as well as from the oxygen peak, there is 2 peaks are located at the oxygen XPS peak. Low binding energy corresponds to the lattice oxygen, which is Fe oxygen bond or zinc oxygen bonds. And next, higher binding energy corresponds to the adsorbed OH- from the atmosphere peak. And also, we can see the zinc also existence as a +2 oxidation state. from the figure 12, we can observe the UV visible absorbance spectroscopy. And from that UV visible absorbance spectroscopy, we can measure the torque plot to find out the band gap of the each photoanode. When we see the band gap, all the photoanodes shows the similar around 2.06 electron volt, which is nearly equal to the zinc ferrite photoanode. Then when we move to the photocurrent electrochemical properties, so after doping from green to black, there is the improvement in the photocurrent. We are considering around 1.23 volt because of that is the water oxidation potential. In particular water oxidation potential, there is an improvement around 2 times. So then the figure 13b shows the electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, which shows the conductivity and resistance of the photoanode. The table 1 shows the values belongs to the EIS measurements. Here RS is the series resistance, which belongs to the fluorine doped tin oxide substrate. And R1 is the bulk resistance, as well as CP1 is the bulk capacity. Similarly, R2 is the surface resistance, CP2 is the surface capacitance. After doping, we can see R1 is decreasing. This is because of the dopant can improve the bulk conductivity. As well as there is no significant difference in the R2 after doping, which means the dopant mainly contribute to the bulk improvement. And the figure C shows the IMPS, which means intensity modulated photocurrent spectroscopy. From this, we can calculate the electron transport time through the bulk photoanode. So the optimized after doping, electron transport time is decreasing compared to the with undoped samples. From the D, that is the Morshoki plot, which shows the donor density. We can calculate from the Morshoki. So after doping, it improved the donor density, which means N-type dopant can improve the donor density, which can participate for the bulk conductivity. And then I modified with the silicon oxide. So after silicon oxide modification, there is the existence of the zinc ferrite. We can confirm from the HR10 images, as well as from the HR10 elemental mapping and EDS spectrum also shows the presence of the silicon and other elements. And then we measure the XPS spectrum to confirm the silicon. From the silicon, there is 3 peaks available around 100.6 electron volt assigned to the silicon 1 plus and 102.2 electron volt assigned to the Si 3 plus, as well as 103.1 electron volt attributed to the Si oxygen Si bonding. So there is the partially oxidized amorphous phase silica film is prepared because of the low temperature annealing. So we can't confirm that is a silicon SiO2. So we are confirming it as a SiOX. As well as typically other spectrum, XPS spectrum sources, similar peaks related with the previously we studied. So then we will discuss about the after silicon oxide and then copy treatment, as well as without silicon oxide. Also, I check with the copy treatment to explore the effect of the silicon oxide. So from the black to red, it improved the photocurrent density at 1.23 water oxidation potential. As well as we can see from the electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, after surface treatment, R2 is decreased dramatically. So which means silicon oxide and cobalt phosphate is effectively improve the old transfer from the photoanode to the electrolyte for water oxidation purpose. From the IMPS analysis also, we can confirm the improvement of the electron transport, so which reduce the bulk charge recombination. So we calculated the open circuit potential versus the time to know about the band bending on the electrode-electrolyte interface. So when the line on off is, there is a huge difference for the optimized silicon oxide copy treated photoanode, which means the enlarged band bending, which make the facilitating the old transfer from the photoanode to the electrolyte and reduce the surface recombination of the photogenerated electrons and holes. Also, when we by using this equation, I calculated the electron lifetime on the surface. So optimized sample shows the lowest lifetime compared to other photoanodes, which suggests that the old transfer is more facilitating by the silicon oxide and cobalt phosphate. Here, Kb is the Boltzmann constant and T is the absolute temperature. E is the electron charge. So I calculated the charge accumulated density on the surface of each photoanode by using the anodic spike. So if the too much accumulated charge density means it can make the charge recombination on the electrode surface, and which make the reduction of the Volt transfer. So which make reduction of the hydrogen generation also. So after treatment with the silicon oxide and copy, the accumulated charge density is decreasing, which means the Volt's transfer is facilitated by the Volt transfer channel of silicon oxide and co-catalyst. Also, charge transfer efficiency also calculated. So when we can see the optimized sample shows the more than 70% of the Volt transferring throughout all the potentials from the photoanode to the electrolyte. Figure 19 shows the water oxidation, photoelectrochemical water splitting system. This is the water splitting system which I used for calculating the hydrogen generation and oxygen generation. Reference electrode as a HeHEO and counter electrode. And this is the photoanode. Also 10-hour stability also calculated, which this photoanode shows the exceptional stability for the 10-hour. Also, which make hydrogen and oxygen generation around 2:1 ratio, stoichiometric ratio. And this is the proposed mechanism from the above results. This is without doping. So after doping, the bulk conductivity is increasing and bulk resistance is decreasing. Recombination is decreasing, while surface recombination is still existing at the same way. So after silicon oxide treatment, the Volt transfer is facilitating, but still the surface recombination is slightly existing. So further decreasing the surface recombination, I used the cobalt phosphate, which make the Volts CO2 plus to CO2 plus to CO3 plus and CO4 plus, and again via the reduction process, that CO4 plus then will become as the CO2 plus. Here is the catalytic cycle will become to produce the oxygen from the water oxidation. So this is the simple proposed mechanism by myself by using the above results. And from this conclusion is that after titanium in situ doping, the photocurrent is improved. That means bulk conductivity is improving, as well as after silicon oxide is used by the microwave heat treatment process. So which silicon oxide Volt transfer channel facilitate the Volt mobility from the photoanode. Finally, well-known cobalt phosphate co-catalyst was used by the electrode deposition method, which expedite the Volt transfer into the electrolyte, thus promote the water oxidation kinetics. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable time and enriching us with your scholarly presentation. Thank you once again. Now, may I invite Mr. Abhijit Mane, sir, to express gratitude.
Thank you, Dr. Tatude, madam. And I thank Dr. Anushkaran, sir, for giving a very wonderful, pleasant talk. Really, your talk will help the society, I mean, the biological society, where your topic like titanium, zinc, FeO2, SiOX, and its nano coral arrays will effectively help in treatment of the various diseases like Alzheimer's and many other diseases. Really, your talk was a very pleasant talk, and it was a really marvelous, wonderful research what you people have carried out. So on the behalf of the organizing secretary and the organizing committee, I extend a very thank you for a very wonderful and a pleasant talk. Thank you, Dr. P. Anushkaran sir. Thank you. Over to you, Tatude madam.
Thank you, Manesh sir. Dear participants and attendees, it's time to start exciting poster presentation session. I request Mr. Dinesh Sasane sir to start poster presentation session. One more announcement for the participants. Those who have participated in poster presentation activity should be present online while their presentation is going on, and they have to answer the questions raised by the examiners. Examiners of the poster presentation are present virtually and they are assessing your posters. So be ready to have a short interaction after your presentation with the examiner. Mr. Dinesh Sasane sir, please.
Yes, ma'am. Poster number 1.
Hello. 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 Hello, teacher.
Hello, everyone. I am Bapu Babar, Research Scholar of Department of Physics, Yashwantrao Chavan Institute of Science, Satara. Today I am here giving a presentation under the title Hydrothermal Synthesis of Vanadium Oxide or NO2 gas sensing. In this work, I have prepared a vanadium pentoxide by simple hydrothermal method by using vanadium chloride as a main precursor. The prepared calcinated product is characterized by various characterization techniques such as X-ray diffraction, Raman spectroscopy, scanning electron microscopy, and so on. X-ray diffraction and Raman spectroscopy confirms the orthorhombic crystal structure of V2O5. Scanning electron microscopy reveals nanostick-like porous morphology, which plays important role during gas sensing. The band gap is calculated by using UV visible spectroscopy, which is found to be 2.7 electron volt. In order to identify defects with the characterization techniques, photoluminescence spectroscopy is used. Eventually, the gas sensing measurement of orthorhombic vanadium pentoxide is done with the help of regolmeter. And this shows about 3.43% gas response towards NO2 gas at 100 degrees Celsius. In experimental section, first use vanadium chloride of 0.1 molar concentration, and this vanadium chloride is dissolved in 50 ml water by using magnetic stirrer. Then 0.1 molar of oxalic acid is added, and this solution is stirred continuously by using magnetic stirrer. In order to maintain pH about 1 to 3, few drops of HCl is added. Finally, this solution is transferred to Teflon-lined stainless steel autoclave, and this autoclave is placed in muffle furnace and kept at temperature 180 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. The prepared material is annealed at 500 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. We get yellowish product, which is a vanadium pentoxide. This whole experimental procedure is depicted in figure. The prepared material is characterized by various characterization techniques. First one is XRD. The X-ray diffraction pattern of prepared material is well matched with the J-Space data and the J-Space card number 000411426. This shows the orthorhombic crystal structure. the crystalline is calculated by using Devasher formula, is found to be 15 nanometers. The Raman spectra is well matched with the reported research papers. The Raman shift observed at 142 centimeter inverse shows peak due to lattice vibration. The peak observed at 282 centimeter inverse is due to stretching vibration of V double bond O. The scanning electron microscopy shows the nanostick-like morphology, and this morphology is a porous morphology, which plays a vital role during gas sensing measurement. The optical band gap is calculated by using U-visible spectroscopy, and the band gap is a 2.7 electron volt. This material is a direct band gap material. In order to identify the vacancy or a defect in a prepared material, photoluminescence spectroscopy used, and this shows at 709 nanometer there is a oxygen vacancy in product material. Eventually, gas sensing measurement was done with the help of Regal multimeter, and this is an experimental setup for gas sensing measurement in our lab. This curve shows the resistance versus time graph for different concentration of NO2 of prepared material. From this graph, when we calculate the gas response, it is found to be 3.43%. Response time is calculated by enlarging this curve, and this response time is found to be 44 seconds. Similarly, the recovery time is 399 seconds. The operating temperature for this gas sensing measurement is 100 degrees Celsius. The conclusion of this work is vanadium pentoxide of nanostick morphology was successfully prepared by hydrothermal method. The crystal structure of prepared material is orthorhombic, which is obtained by using X-ray diffraction characterization techniques. The band gap of prepared material is 2.7 electron volt. The gas sensing response towards NO2 gas is 3.43% at operating temperature 100 degrees Celsius. The present work demonstrates a simple chemical route for synthesis of V2O5 nanomaterial and simple way of fabrication of vanadium-based gas sensor operating at low temperature. I am very thankful to Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj Research Training and Human Development Institute, SARTI, Government of Maharashtra, for financial support under Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj National Research Fellowship 2019 scheme. I am also thankful to Department of Physics and Common Facility Center of YCIS Satara for providing the research-related facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you have any question regarding this poster, so you can ask. I think there is no question, so let us move forward for the poster number 2.
Namaste.
Let us see the poster number 2.
Hello everyone, myself Komal Pisar, research scholar, Department of Physics, Yashwantrao Chavan Institute of Science, Satara, and I am here to present a poster on pH varied molybdenum disulfide nanosheets for supercapacitor application. In this work, we have synthesized molybdenum disulfide nanosheets using simple and low-cost hydrothermal method, and we have studied the effect of pH value of precursor on structural, morphological, as well as electrochemical properties of MOS2. In the typical synthesis, we have used 0.01 molar sodium molybdate and 0.2 molar thiourea The precursors were dissolved in 100 ml double distilled water and the solution was stirred for 1 hour. Then the pH value of precursor was adjusted to 3 by using concentrated HCl. The pH value was adjusted to 12 by using ammonia solution, whereas the as prepared solution have pH value 7. So likewise, we have obtained acidic, neutral and alkaline conditions, and the as prepared solution was transferred to Teflon lined stainless steel autoclave, and the autoclave was heated in muffle furnace at 180 degrees centigrade for 20 hours. Then the obtained product was washed with double distilled water and ethanol for several times and dried in vacuum oven at 80 degrees centigrade for 12 hours. Then the obtained powder was characterized by using different characterization techniques like XRD, Raman, SAME, etc. The structural properties were investigated by using X-ray diffraction and Raman analysis. And the X-ray diffraction pattern was recorded in the 2 theta range, 10 to 80 degree. And all the 6 peaks observed in the XRD pattern are well matched with JCPDS card number 751539. The broadening of diffraction peaks indicates the formation of nanostructures in the MOS2. And we have calculated the number of layers stacked along C-axis of hexagonal crystal structure using XRD analysis. And we have observed that the sample prepared in acidic condition, that is labeled as MS3, has less stacking, where followed by the sample prepared in alkaline media, and the sample prepared in neutral conditions have large number of layers stacked along the C-axis. This indicates that the MOS2 prepared in acidic condition have less stacking of MOS2 layers along C-axis, whereas the sample prepared at neutral conditions have densely stacked structure. Then the Raman analysis was performed to study the modes of vibrations of MOS2, and the 2 peaks were observed in the Raman spectra. The one located at about 370 centimeter inverse Raman shift, which is E2G mode of vibration, that is in plane vibrations of MOS2. Here in this picture, the black spheres represent molybdenum atoms, whereas the yellow spheres represent the sulfur atoms. Then another peak was observed at about 400 centimeter inverse Raman shift, which is A1G mode of vibration, and that is out of plane vibrations of MOS2. Then surface morphology was studied by using SEM and TEM analysis, and SEM images here indicates the formation of nanosheets in the MOS2 material. The sample prepared in acidic condition has vertically oriented uniformly grown nanosheets having voids and spaces between them, whereas the sample prepared in neutral condition has agglomerated nanosheets. The sample prepared in alkaline condition has slight agglomeration of nanosheets. Then TM analysis was recorded for the sample prepared in acidic media, and it indicates that the interlayer spacing is about 0.32 nanometer, which is in well agreement with the XRD analysis. Then we have performed BATE analysis, that is nitrogen adsorption and desorption isotherms were recorded to measure the specific surface area of as prepared MOS2 samples. And it is observed that the sample prepared in acidic media has a higher specific surface area, which is about 9.17 meters square per gram, followed by the sample prepared in alkaline media, whereas the sample prepared the smaller specific surface area. Then electrochemical analysis was performed using 3-electrode system, in which platinum is used as counter electrode and HgHgO is used as a reference electrode. The analysis was performed in the 1 molar KOH aqueous electrolyte, and the active electrode was prepared by adding MOS2, PVDF and carbon black in the ratio 8:1:1. Few drops of NMP were added to that mixture to make a homogeneous slurry, and that slurry was coated on a nickel foam, and the nickel foam collector was then dried in vacuum oven overnight. Then cyclic voltammetry was recorded in the potential window 0 to 0.8, and it is observed that the sample prepared in acidic media has maximum surface area, whereas the samples followed by the sample prepared in alkaline media and the sample prepared in neutral media has smaller area under the curve. So this indicates that the sample prepared in acidic medium has higher specific capacitance. So we can relate this to SEM analysis, that the nanosheets here observed here has vertically oriented structure and has voids between them, which facilitates the electrolyte ions, intercalation of electrolyte ions, whereas the sample also has maximum specific surface area, so for available for Faradic reactions to occur. The two redox peaks observed here indicates the pseudocapacitive nature of MOS2. Then in the next figure, we have given the CV curves of sample prepared in acidic media at different scan rates ranging from 5 millivolt per second to 100 millivolt per second. And it is observed that with increase in scan rate, specific capacitance decreases, which indicates the charge resistive behavior of material at higher scan rates. Then galvanostatic charge discharge measurements were performed at various current densities from 2 to 5 milliampere per centimeter square. And in this figure, we have shown the GCD curves of all the three samples at 2 milliampere per centimeter square current density. And it is observed that the sample prepared in acidic media has higher discharge time, which indicates it has higher specific capacitance, followed by MS12 sample prepared in alkaline media, and the sample prepared in neutral condition has the smaller value of specific capacitance. This curve, this image shows the curves of MS3 sample at various current densities, and here also we can see that with increase in current density, the specific capacitance decreases. Then equivalent series resistance and charge transfer resistance of materials were calculated by using EIS analysis, and it is observed that the smaller value of equivalent series resistance of about 0.74 ohm was obtained for the MS3 sample, whereas the charge transfer resistance of 0.11 ohm was obtained, which indicates its good electrochemical performance. Then the cyclic stability was recorded by repeating 1000 GCD cycles, and about 80% of specific capacitance was retained after 1000 cycles. The Coulombic efficiency was calculated by taking the ratio of charging time versus discharging time, and the electrode exhibits remarkably good efficiency of about 100% over 1000 cycles. So these results indicate that the MOS2 sample prepared in acidic media has less stacking along the C-axis of hexagonal crystal structure, which facilitates the electrolyte ions through it, so that the maximum redox reactions can occur, and it has higher specific capacitance of 857 farad per gram at 5 millivolt per second scan rate, with cyclic stability of 80% even after 1000 cycles. For this work, I want to acknowledge Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj Research Training and Human Development Institute, Sarthi, for giving me Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj National Research Fellowship. And I'm also thankful to ICIS Satara and RIRD Satara for providing laboratory facilities. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I request
myself, Komal Pisan,
Hello.
and I'm here.
Sasane sir, am I audible?
Yeah, sir, yes.
Yeah. Is she available online?
Yeah. We have
available online.
So we have requested the participants, I mean the poster presenters, to be online. If you want, you can ask the question.
Okay, just check that she is available online. Then I have to ask one simple question.
Komal Pisal.
Okay. She is available. So my question is that what are the advantages of MOS2 or other chalcogenide materials like CDS or CDT? What are the advantages of MOS2 or other chalcogenide materials in the present case?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Actually, MOS2 is two-dimensional layer chalcogenide material. So its layer, it has layered structure in which molybdenum atoms layer is sandwiched between the layers of sulfur atom, and this layer structure facilitates the intercalation or deintercalation of electrolyte ions in the material. So it can show the better electrochemical performance.
Okay, thank you.
It's a kind appeal to all the poster presentation authors to be present during your presentation.
Yes, you can start next one.
So just a minute. We have disclosed the code numbers on your WhatsApp group and the serial numbers. So you have the serial numbers. Be present according to your serial numbers. The videos will be displayed on the screen according to the serial numbers mentioned in the WhatsApp group. Please, and it's a kind request to the examiners, because of it's a competition, we have not disclosed the names. You can ask the questions. The whole rights lies with the examiners, please.
Hello everyone, myself Mayuri Kulkarni, student of Department of Physics, Yashwantrao Chavan, Institute of Science, Satara. I am going to present a poster on the topic Study of Lead-Free Tin-Based Perovskite Solar Cells. Here we have studied the lead-free tin-based perovskite solar cell in simulation approach. As we have used software SCAPS-1D for the simulation, that is solar cell capacitance simulator for one-dimensional thin-film solar cell. We studied the material methyl ammonium tin triiodide. As in review, we have studied various materials MAPBi3, MAPBCl3, MASNi3, MAGEi3, but there is more work on the MAPBi3 material, but it is lead containing and hence it is toxic in nature. So we have selected MASNi3 as the lead is replaced by SN, and SN is non-toxic material, hence it is very useful in nature, and also it is non-toxic material. So we have selected material MASNi3. Here it is the structure of perovskite material which we have used methyl ammonium tin triiodide, that is MASNi3. In this structure, the various colors shows the various atoms or molecules in that structure. Just see about why we selected perovskite material, as there is low cost of fabrication and also there is tunable excitation in this type of material. They have suitable direct band gap. As they are direct band gap materials, we can use them for optical purposes and which is useful for solar cell. There is strong light absorption and also long charge carrier diffusion lengths and long charge carrier lifetimes. They have high thermal stability. So we have selected perovskite material. Just there are various types of perovskite material. They contain organic perovskite material, inorganic perovskite material, and this one is the third type, organic inorganic hybrid halide perovskite material. While the organic perovskites are unstable, we prefer organic inorganic hybrid halide perovskite material. As it is stable, so we have selected this material, and also it has some good optical properties and electrical properties. Also, it is stable at room temperature in spite of organic perovskite material. There is high coefficient of optical absorption as they have direct band gap, and also they are excellent in charge carrier transportations. They have tunable band gap, and because of all these good characteristics, they show promising device parameters. So we have selected organic inorganic hybrid halide perovskite material. This is the diagram or picture which shows the various how we can use solar energy for our daily purposes, and how solar energy is converted into usable form. As solar energy is the renewable source of energy and it is available abundant in nature, we can use solar energy. This is the diagram showing information about solar cell, that is generations of solar cell, first generation, second generation, third generation, and fourth generation. In first generation, in first and second generations, there are various types of inorganic solar cells, but now in third generation and fourth generation, we use perovskite material as an absorber layer, and hence the efficiency of solar cell is increased up to 25%, near about 25 to 26%. Here we have used simulation method. This is the process of simulation by which we have performed various simulations in case of optimizing parameters for the better efficiency or to enhance the power conversion efficiency of solar cell. We used various electron transport layers and hole transport layers, that is ETLs and HTLs, and also ETM and HTM for the further purpose of enhancing power conversion efficiency. How to simulate? Just see. When we click on the tab of the software on laptop, we get a screen and we have to select the basic parameters which we want, and then click on set the problem, and then set the parameters that you have for material, and then proceed it and calculate single shot. Otherwise, we can calculate batch calculations. So we get our results. Advantages of simulation method. There is no expenses required, as there is no wastage of any material, as it is computer based, or we can perform it on laptop. Uses only mathematical calculations, and there is ease in programming with the help of software. Just see about result and discussion. Here, these are some results in which first graph is showing information about energy bands in the material, and the second one image is showing the efficiency. Here we got some efficiency, but we are trying for maximum efficiency, which is helpful for our further research. And this is the data showing, this is the data taken from NREL website, NREL official website, that giving information about solar cell efficiencies in various years. So while concluding all this, we have concluded some materials which can be good ETLs and HTLs, and also we are proceeding further for further research. Thank you, everyone.
The topic is open for discussion. Thank you. Next participant.
Hello, I am Priyanka Sanjay Yadav, MSc second year student of Yashwantrao Institute of Science, Satara. Today I am here to present my work on nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide for water splitting application. In this work, I have synthesized nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide nanosheets by easy, simple and one-step hydrothermal method on nickel. The synthesized nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide material is then characterized by some characterization techniques such as scanning electron microscope, EDX, XRD, UV visible spectroscopy, and FTIR. To reduce greenhouse gas emission, utilization of fossil fuel need to be reduced along with the replacing conventional fuel with the cleaner fuel. Hydrogen is ideal fuel for the future. Our traditional fuels like fossil storage, transportation, higher specific energy density, and combustion takes place without emission of Carbon. One of the efficient way to produce hydrogen is water splitting. It is a chemical reaction in which water broken down into oxygen and hydrogen. For this water splitting application, the prepared material is nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide. This nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide has good oxidation reduction reaction. It has environmentally friendly nature and have flexible ion exchange property. Recently, layer double hydroxide materials are investigated by the scientific community as electrocatalysts for water splitting. The layer double hydroxide are brucite-like structure with the formula which is in the bracket m raised to 2 to the base 1 minus x, m raised to 3 to the base x into the bracket OH twice, bracket complete, raised to x raised to x plus into the bracket a raised to n minus bracket complete x by n m h2, where the m raised to 2 are the divalent metal cations, m raised to 3 are the trivalent metal cations, and a raised to n minus are the anions. The layered structure of layer double hydroxide is shown in this diagram. The nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide was prepared by simple hydrothermal method. For the synthesis of nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide on nickel foam, nickel chloride hexahydrate of 0.01 molar concentration, cobalt chloride hexahydrate of 0.02 molar concentration, and urea are dissolved in 100 ml distilled water. This well-dissolved solution is transferred in Teflon-lined stainless steel autoclave along with cleaned nickel foam substrates. This reaction was carried out at 120 degrees Celsius for 8 hours. The synthesized substrates then washed with double distilled water and dried in oven for 4 hours at 60 degrees Celsius temperature. The synthesized material was characterized by some characterization techniques. This is scanning electron microscope. The same images along with EDX data confirms that nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide material is deposited on nickel foam substrate. This images shows nanosheets like morphology of prepared nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide material. The XRD pattern of prepared material is well matched with JCPDS data 330429. This shows hydrotelsite-like structure. The XRD pattern of synthesized material confirms crystalline nature of nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide. This is the FTIR spectrometer graph. Confirms the functional groups present in the material. The band at 1401 cm inverse gives confirmation of intercalation of nitrate anions in layer double hydroxide. The other three bands at 846 cm inverse, 1050 cm inverse, and 1351 cm inverse are due to carbonate anions. The bands below 846 cm inverse are due to metal oxygen stretching. The optical band gap was calculated by UV visible spectroscopy and it is 2.1 electron volt. It is very well matched with nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide synthesized by other scientists. Currently, we are working on it. We are characterizing our nickel cobalt layer double hydroxide material for water splitting application. For this water splitting application, we are testing material for overpotential, taffel slope, and turnover frequency, etc. I would like to say thanks to my department and Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya Ramanandnagar to giving me opportunity to present my work on this platform. Thank you.
Hello. Please check, is she available online?
No, she is not available. I hope.
Okay, okay, then continue for the next.
Okay. Next participant. PowerPoint presentation number 5. Next.
Hello everyone, I am Swati. Manik Sapkar, student of MSc second year, Department of Physics from Yashwantrao Chauhan Institute of Science, Satara. I am grateful to all the respected dignitaries and the organizing team of this opportunity to present my poster on topic green synthesis of silver nanoparticles by using aloe vera extract. Let's start the introduction of this poster. The present studying focus on green synthesis of silver nanoparticles by using aloe vera extract. Green synthesis of silver nanoparticles is the eco-friendly technique. We have chosen this material for our project. Material, silver nanoparticle, aloe vera leaf extract, application, antimicrobial activity. Using this method, hydrothermal method is used for preparation of nanomaterials. Simple and efficient, easy to control particle size and shape, production to high quality of the 1D nanostructure species nanorod. Green synthesis of silver nanoparticles. This is the eco-friendly techniques in corporate use of biological agent, plants or microbial agent as reducing and capping agent. Silver nanoparticle synthesized by green chemistry after a novel and potential alternative to chemical synthesized nanoparticles. Aloe vera extract was processed using a green synthesis method. This was a hydrothermal method to reducing silver nitrate, varying the hydrothermal temperature provide the fine spherical shaped nanoparticle. The size of nanomaterial was affected by the thermal preparation, and the particle size of silver nitrate be turned by varying both time and temperature. A process using a pure phase could go to completion in 6 hours at 100 degrees Celsius, whereas reaction at lower temperature required longer time. Silver nitrates were prepared by an eco-friendly hydrothermal method using aloe vera leaf extract solution as both a reducing and stabilizing agent. Silver nanoparticles were characterized by SCM and XRD. XCM and XRD. Additional and other diffusion method used to screen for the antimicrobial activity. SCM was used to investigate a bacterial inactivation.
The authors, are they present for the oral, for the Q&A section? No. Next, please.
Hello everyone, myself Mr. Prashant Shinde, research student, Chemistry Department from Yashwantrao Mohite, Arts, Science and Commerce College, Eranwane, Pune 38. Here I am going to present poster presentation on topic effect of calcination temperature on morphology of mixed oxides prepared by Sol gel method. In the abstract, solid acids catalysts are significant for the simplicity and diversity of a process engineering and catalyst regeneration. In this work, FeMO-SiO2, that is FMS, means iron molybdenum silica oxides. Iron is doped on molybdenum silica oxides, known as mixed oxides, were prepared with different concentration of iron oxide on molybdenum and silica by using Sol gel method. Supported molybdenum catalysts are widely used in a various catalytic process. So the various methods have been reported for to study the change in morphology of mixed oxides, which confirm the size and phase of the mixed oxides. So in the introduction, mixed oxides materials have recently attracted a great deal of scientific attention, and owing to their interesting properties and application in various fields such as catalysis, photocatalysis materials, biological and other devices applications. Nanoparticles offers a variety of interesting uses in a various fields. Biomedical industry is no exception because their impressive performance in bioimaging, targeted drug and gene delivery sensors. Mixed oxides nanoparticles have been determined to be most promising for several medical applications. Nanostructure material can be classified on the basis of their dispersed matrix and dispersed phase material. The molybdenum oxide in supported form is widely used as catalysis in number of reactions, particularly molybdenum oxide supported on a silica is well-known solid acid catalyst, which possess both the strong Lewis and Bronsted acidity. In a nanoparticle can be classified into different types according to their size, morphology, physical and chemical properties. Some of them are carbon based, ceramic based and metal based. Then I have given here Sol gel method figure, means synthesis of FeMO-SiO2 nanoparticle by Sol gel method. So in figure, the precursor solution into converted into gel formation, then drying process. Then I have put up some XRD graphs, X-ray diffraction method, with the value at 400 degrees Celsius, 500 degrees Celsius, 600 degrees Celsius, and it gives at a 600 degrees Celsius it gives high peak value. So the Sol gel method means it is the process of producing solid material from the small particle, or the solutions are converted into gel. Then the liquid states are converted into gel through the reaction known as polycondensation reaction. Means sol is converted into gel, gel is converted into dry gel is into grinding into safety, and finally final product. So the sol gel, it is a chemical process that uses bottom approaches, a solution upper type collider in which the solid particles are suspended in a liquid. These particles are small in size, so the solutions are heterogeneous mixtures. Particles are so small, gravitational forces do not exist for them, the van der Waals forces. Then the application of Sol-Gel method. Sol-Gel process is generally high purity process, homogeneity and low temperature. For the lower temperature process, there is reduced loss of volatile compound, and thus the process is more eco-friendly. The prepared sol-gel catalysis has higher support thermal stability than the impregnated catalyst. Finally, conclusion: the iron doped molybdenum silica oxides prepared by sol-gel method and calcinated at 400 degrees Celsius, 500 degrees Celsius, 600 degrees Celsius. The prepared FNS were characterized by XRD method. The XRD showing highly crystalline material with nano size and confirm the presence of phases of FeO, that is iron oxide, molybdenum and silica oxide. The photolytic reaction was carried out and it shows prominent activity with catalyst. The FMS catalyst showed higher crystalline size at 600 degrees Celsius than the 400 degrees Celsius. The peaks are highly prominent and sharp at a high temperature. Some references have seen this is shown in the poster. Some references I have taken. Then in the acknowledgement, I want to thank my principal, my HOD, my guide, my supporting friend, and also thanks Dr. Patangrao Kadam Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli, who give me this opportunity. Thank you. That's all.
Is the author present live?
Yes, sir.
You can.
Yes, I am present, sir. Yes, sir.
I request the examiners if they have any questions, please.
Please, sir. Yes, sir.
Wait. Let the examiners, if they have any questions, they will raise the questions.
Okay.
Hello. I don't have any questions, sir. You can continue with the other exam.
Yeah. Thank you, participant.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Next.
Good morning.
Morning everyone. I am Vishakha Santosh Khoot, the student of MSc Second Year Physics, Yashwantarao Chavan, Institute of Science, Satara. So today I am presenting a poster on the synthesis and characterizations of MOO3, molybdenum trioxide film, for supercapacitor application. So let's start. Basically, we have synthesized molybdenum trioxide material by using spray pyrolysis method for supercapacitor application. So why supercapacitor? Supercapacitor are value for infinite energy lifespan, and the traditional power sources and batteries are essential to our personal electronic devices and automobiles, and they don't store that much of energy. So supercapacitor as an energy efficient alternative. Supercapacitor are an emerging energy storage technology that will take a key role in the future of energy system. And the benefits of supercapacitor which are include balancing energy storage with charge and discharge time. So that's why we are choosing supercapacitor application. Next is the properties of MOO3, that is molybdenum trioxide. So why MOO3 material? So most of the supercapacitor give high capacitance, but the price of that material also very high. So our first goal was to find a low cost material that could provide a high capacitance. So for that we are choosing molybdenum trioxide material. So the cost of MOO3 material is 1 rupees per gram, and its band gap is less than 3 electron volt, and the molecular weight of molybdenum trioxide material is 143.94 gram per mole. The key application of molybdenum trioxide nanoparticles that we are used in electrochemical capacitor for coating nanowires, nanofibers, plastics and textiles, and in the production of ceramics, glasses, etc., etc. So the next part is application of supercapacitor. So there are various applications of supercapacitor, that is we are used in the startup mechanism for automobiles, used in the diesel engine startup in submarines and tanks, using for backup power system in missiles, and power sources for laptop, flashes in flashing cameras, etc., etc. Next is the method. To synthesis molybdenum trioxide nanoparticles, we are using spray pyrolysis method, which involves spraying a solution onto a heated substrate. Okay. So why spray pyrolysis technique? Because it was simple and easy technique for film deposition, and the good technique for low cost deposition, and which is applicable on large area, and a clean and high vacuum environment is not necessary, is not required. So that's why we are choosing spray pyrolysis method for the synthesis of molybdenum trioxide nanoparticles for supercapacitor application. Next is the procedure. So firstly we prepared ammonium molybdate precursor, and the prepared precursor of ammonium molybdate was sprayed over preheated nickel foam surface, whose surface temperature varied from 250 degrees Celsius to 450 degrees Celsius for obtaining molybdenum trioxide film with different structural and the morphological properties. And if you see here, here is the image of a here is a picture of nickel foam. On that we have got the deposition. Okay, so next are some parameters that we have got, that we get. So if you see, here are some same pictures, same images. We get rod-like morphology in same pictures, having diameter is around 60 to 120 nanometers. And the same images confirms the formation of molybdenum trioxide thin film with irregular sized crystallite at 350 degrees Celsius. So next is the XRD graph. In XRD, we get MO17 O47 MO17 O47 phase, and the intensive peak at 2 theta, which is equal to 25.41 degree, and the highest peak at having HKL plane, and the highest peak at 610 with polycrystalline nature. Okay. So the consequently molybdenum trioxide is produced to obtain polycrystalline nanorods, which is supported by the XRD pattern. So this is XRD graph. Next is the FTIR graph. In FTIR spectrum of molybdenum trioxide, FTIR spectrum of molybdenum trioxide over the ranges of between 500 to 3000 per centimeter, and the three strong vibrations were detected at 631, 888 and 983 per centimeter, which is associated respectively with the stretching mode of oxygen linked with the three metal atoms. So this is FTIR graph. So this is some parameters that we get. So this is all about my poster. Thank you so much.
Amongst the authors, are they present online? I request the examiners if they have any questions or any doubts.
Yes, just one question from my side. Can you please explain how MO3 stores electrical energy when it is charged?
Hello, from the authors, is somebody present online? Unmute yourself.
Sir, पुन्हा सांगाल का?
Can you please explain how MO3 stores electrical energy? You are going to use it for supercapacitor application. So please just explain how it stores electrical energy.
सर मॉलिब्डेनियम ट्रायऑक्साइड मटेरियल जसं की आपण सुपर कॅपॅसिटर मध्ये यूज करू शकतो.
Okay, but what is the mechanism of storing electrical energy in it?
सर तुमचा आवाज येत नाहीये, ब्रेक होतोय.
आपण ज्यावेळेस MO3 इलेक्ट्रोकेमिकल सेल मध्ये वापरतो त्यावेळेस तो एनर्जी कशी स्टोअर करतो, मेकॅनिझम काय आहे त्याचं?
Are you answering?
सर आपण एक एंटायर म्हणजे एनर्जी स्टोरेजला आपण सपोर्ट प्रोव्हाइड करतो.
Okay, next.
Okay, next author, please.
Hello, I am Nikita Suresh Yadav, MSc second year student of Yashwantrao Chavan Institute of Science, Satara. Today I am here to present my work on nickel iron layer double hydroxide for efficient water splitting. In this work, I have synthesized nickel iron layer double hydroxide by easy, simple, and one-step hydrothermal method on a nickel foam. The synthesized ENIF LDH material is then characterized by some characterization techniques such as scanning electron microscopy, UV visible spectroscopy, XRD, and FTIR. To reduce greenhouse gas emission, utilization of fossil fuel need to be reduced along with the replacing conventional fuel with a cleaner fuel. Hydrogen is ideal fuel for the future. Hydrogen has various advantages over traditional fuels like a fossil storage or a transportation, higher specific density, and combustion takes place without emission of carbon. One of the efficient way to produce hydrogen is water splitting. Water splitting is basically decomposition of water into its two components, that is hydrogen and oxygen. This process consists two electrodes and electrolyte. Electrolyte can be a liquid. This process leads to the formation of hydrogen at cathode and oxygen at anode. Recently, layer double hydroxide material are investigated by scientific community as electrocatalyst for water splitting. The LDH has a brucite-like structure. The layered structure of LDH is shown in this diagram. The NIF LDH was prepared by simple hydrothermal method for a synthesis of NIF LDH on a nickel foam, nickel nitrate, ferric nitrate, and urea dissolved in 100 ml distilled water. This well-dissolved solution is transformed in Teflon-lined stainless steel autoclave along with clear nickel foam substrate. This reaction is carried out at 120 degrees Celsius for 12 hours. The brownish color of precipitation gives the confirmation about formation of layer double hydroxide of a given material. The synthesized material characterized by some characterization techniques. This is scanning electron microscopy with EDX data confirms that NiFe-LDH material deposited on nickel foam substrate. This is FTIR spectrometer graph confirms the functional group present in material. The FTIR was carried out as shown in this figure. The broad bands located around 3,450 centimeter inverse and 1,627 centimeter inverse can be ascribed off to the stretching and bending vibrations of hydroxyl group and water molecules. The band at 1,383 centimeter inverse can be ascribed to the antisymmetric stretching vibration of intercalating CO32- anion from decomposition of urea during the synthesis. This is the XRD of our synthesized material gives the confirmation about formation of nickel iron layer double hydroxide. The optical band gap calculated by UV visible spectroscopy and it is 2.01 electrovolt, very well matched with nickel iron LDH synthesized by other scientists. Currently, we are working on it. We are characterize our nickel iron layer double hydroxide material for water splitting application. For this application, we are testing material for overpotential, Tafel slope, turn off frequency, its linear slip voltmeter, and thank you.
Amongst the author, anybody is live? The topic is open for discussion.
Hello. Hello, she is available online?
Yeah, she is available online. We request her to unmute herself.
Okay, one question from my side. Which material will be more beneficial, hydroxide or oxide in case of water splitting? You are preparing double hydroxide layer. So in terms of stability, which will be more efficient, oxide or hydroxide?
Amongst the author, anyone is present? Are you live? Sorry, sir.
Okay,
I hope no one is available.
If not, continue. Okay,
Yeah,
continue.
The next presenter, please.
Patangrao from Yashwantrao Chavan Institute of Science, Satara. Today I am going to present a poster on numerical study on eco-friendly cesium titanium bromide inorganic perovskite solar cell by using SCAPS 1D software. Now, abstract. Perovskite solar cell is new emerging era in photovoltaic applications. The lead-based perovskite solar cell faces major problem due to stability and toxicity issue. Therefore, here we propose a theoretical study of lead-free, eco-friendly and stable cesium titanium bromide based inorganic NIP structured perovskite solar cell. The compound is simulated in this work by using the solar cell capacitance simulator SCAPS 1D and measure the efficiency by varying thickness. Now, introduction. Solar energy is one of the most abundant energy source on earth. It is renewable energy source. Conversion of solar energy into electrical energy is done with the help of solar cell, producing electrical charges that can move freely in semiconductor. The most recent and promising generation of solar cell is perovskite based solar cell. Perovskite solar cell is a third generation of solar cell. They are able to produce high efficiency photon to electricity conversion device at low production cost. Perovskite solar cell material increases efficiency from 3.8% in 2009 to 25.5% in 2020. Perovskite is a mineral. Here we denote cesium in green color, titanium in blue, and bromide in purple color. It was perovskite material is discovered in 1839 in Ural Mountains of Russia and named after Russian mineralogist L.S. Perovskite. Here we use the cesium titanium perovskite material, where cesium and titanium are cations of different sizes. Bromide is an anion that bonds the both cation. Therefore, bromide bonds the both cesium and titanium. Now, why cesium titanium bromide? Because lead-based perovskite solar cell faces major problems due to stability and toxicity issue. Therefore, we proposed a theoretical study of lead-free, eco-friendly cesium titanium bromide-based perovskite solar cell. Now, here we represent the proposed solar cell device configuration. Firstly, glass, then FTO as a front contact layer, then TiO2 as an electron transport layer. It has a thickness is 150 nanometer. Then cesium titanium bromide is an absorbing layer, and copper oxide used as a whole transport layer and has thickness 150 nanometer. Also, gold is used as a back contact layer. The compound is simulated in this work by using the solar cell capacitance simulator SCAPS-1D and measure the efficiency by varying thickness. SCAPS is a solar cell capacitance simulator is a one-dimensional solar cell simulation program developed at the Department of Electronics and Information System of University of Ghent, Belgium. The working procedure of SCAPS is firstly, we launch SCAPS, then click the set problem, give input parameters, then set the working condition, then specify the condition to measure and run the program. Now, here we have varied the thickness of absorbing layer from 0.4 micrometer to 2 micrometer to get IV curve of open circuit voltage, short circuit current, fill factor, and perovskite solar cell efficiency. Thickness of firstly, we vary the thickness of absorbing layer from 0.4 micrometer to 2 micrometer. Therefore, open circuit voltage is also decreases, and we vary the absorbing layer thickness from 0.4 to 2 micrometer. The short circuit current increases, also fill factor increases, and perovskite solar cell efficiency increases to vary the increases the thickness at a certain level, then it decreases. Therefore, our result is highlight a maximum perovskite solar cell efficiency is 18.07% at an optimal perovskite layer thickness is 0.8 micrometer. At that thickness, open circuit voltage is 2.27 volt. Short circuit current is 23.92 milliampere per centimeter square, and fill factor is 33.17%. The proposed work shows a very good agreement with existing work, and it may avail in designing lead-free, eco-friendly titanium-based perovskite solar cell for future technologies. Today, we use fossil fuels to generate electricity, but it causes pollution, air leading to acid rain, damaged forest areas, and affected on agriculture production. So, solar energy is most popular alternative energy source to fossil fuels. It was one of the first major and new energy source in recent research. Solar energy is conversion of energy from the sun into reliable electricity. Now, why choose perovskite solar cell? Therefore, the first point is perovskite material has high photovoltaic performance. That is, a perovskite on silicon tandem cell has a theoretical efficiency limit of 43% versus 29% for silicon cells. Second, wide adjustable band gap. It means ability to capture specific parts of solar spectrum, particularly at high energy blue and current into electricity. Next, the third point is low cost thin film photovoltaic solution. It is widely available, low cost source material and also simple manufacturing process. Therefore, we use perovskite solar cell. Now I thank you so much, Dr. Patangrao Kadam, Mahaviyalaya, Ramanandnagar, Burli, and I would also like to thanks of gratitude to my mentor, teachers, as well as our principal, Dr. B.T. Jadhav sir, who give me opportunity to work on this project. I come to know about so many new things due to this project. I got the chance of learning wonderful things, so I am really thankful to them. Thank you so much.
The topic is open for discussion.
Hello, is she available online? Please check.
Sir, anyone is available? Amongst the author, anyone is available online? I hope no, sir.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. Next, please. I hope it's the last presentation.
Mr. Aniruddha Arun Mohite. Currently, I am working as PhD student under the guidance of Dr. A.P. Torne sir at Yashwantrao Chavan Institute of Science, Satara, as well as Rayat Institute of Research and Development, that is RIRD, Satara. Title of this work is to synthesize and characterization of tungsten oxide nanoparticles by hydrothermal method for gas sensing application. In current work, I have used NO2 as hazardous gas. Now abstract. In current work, I have synthesized nanostructures of WO3 by simple hydrothermal method by adjusting its parameter, and prepared sample have been used for further characterization such as XRD, SEM and UV visible spectrophotometer for its band gap, and finally its NO2 gas sensing performance. Now aim of the work. Aim of the work is to synthesize nanostructures of WO3 by hydrothermal method, then crystal structure and morphological structure of the prepared sample by using SEM. We all know morphology plays an very important role in gas sensing phenomena. So we study morphological analysis here, and finally its gas sensing performance. Now deposition parameters. While working on this experiment, we have used sodium tungstate dihydrate, that is 0.1 molar Na2W4 is dissolved into DDW, that is double distilled water. Then we added some drops of concentrated HCl to reduce pH of the solution. The pH is adjusted to 1.5. But at this stage, precipitation formation takes place in the solution. To reduce this precipitation, I have used oxalic acid, that is 0.2 molar H2C2O4. By using this, we get clear solution. This clear solution is transferred in Teflon liner, which is fixed in autoclave, and this autoclave is placed into furnace, and temperature of the furnace was kept at 100 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Then furnace is switched off and allowed to cool down naturally. Then this solution is taken out from the furnace and filter Whatman paper is used to filter this solution. Now we get powder, which is WO3. Then This powder is heated at 100 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. Then it is again annealed at 500 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. And now the final product WO3 is ready. Now this powder is used to take further characterization just like XRD, same band gap, that is UV visible spectroscopy, and finally gas sensing performance. XRD shows monoclinic structure, and the XRD matches exactly with GCPDS card number 0000500363 and monoclinic structure. We have annealing at 500 degrees Celsius, thus we get monoclinic structure. At different annealing temperature, we get different kind of crystal structures. For 500 degrees Celsius, we get monoclinic structure. Then scanning electron microscopy. Scanning electron microscopy is used to study surface morphology of the prepared sample. From images, it is clear that we get nano flake like structure, which is good for gas sensing. Here we get a flake like structure of size 300 to 400 nanometers. This size can be reduced by using different chemicals such as KOH or NaCl or PVP. So currently I am working on that to reduce the particle size, so I get better gas sensing performance. And next is a band gap, that is UV visible spectroscopy is used to study band gap of the material. WO3 is insoluble in water, so I have used DMSO, that is dimethyl sulfoxide, to dissolve WO3, and UV visible spectroscopy is used to test band gap. From this curve, it is clear that we get 2.36 electron volt as a band gap of prepared sample, and then finally sample is tested for gas sensing application. To test this gas sensing application, first we have to use screen printing. That is, I have used Dr. Blade method to get screen printing, and this screen printing, that is thin film, is used for gas sensing application. I have pasted this material on glass substrate, and silver paste is used to make ohmic contacts in such a way that it exposes 1 by 1 centimeter area to adsorbing gas, that is NO2 gas. And from this curve, it is clear that WO3 is a very good candidate to gas sensing performance towards NO2 gas. Here we clearly see that response time is 200 seconds and recovery time is 300 seconds, which is good enough for a sensor, and this time can be reduced by reducing the particle size of the material, and for that we use KOH or NaCl. I am working on that currently. And from this curve, it is clear that WO3 is a very good candidate to check gas sensing performance towards NO2 gas. And finally, the conclusions. Our aim is to aim was to synthesize WO3 nanostructures, and we have successfully prepared nanostructures of WO3 by simple hydrothermal method. Then is crystal structure have been studied, which is monoclinic. Then band gap of the prepared sample is 2.36 electron volt, and finally the main application, gas sensing. By this graph, we conclude that gas sensing is a very good candidate to check gas sensing performance towards NO2 gas. Thank you.
The topic is open for discussion. Amongst the author, anyone is present online?
Is he available?
No, I hope.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to conclude. See, a total of around 15 PowerPoint presentations of the poster presentations were received, but out of them, poster presentation number 5, poster presentation number 10, poster presentation number 11, and poster presentation number 14, because of some technical reasons, it is not been successfully run on this machine. So efforts will be made tomorrow to see that these poster presentations will be done properly tomorrow. So I thank the examiners, that is Professor Dr. Prashanta Arvinda, Associate Professor from Salim University, Salim, Andhra Pradesh, and Professor Dr. Sarfraz Mujawar sir from YCIS Institute of Science, that is Satara, Kolhapur, for going for a very wonderful examination. So I thank both the examiners for observing and evaluating the posters. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, Tatudi madam.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the college and organizing committee, I heartily congratulate all the poster presentators for their valuable presentation. With this note, today all our sessions are covered. Since morning, we have been dealing with inaugural function, then we had first session, second session, and the third session, and followed by poster presentation session. So with the kind permission of the chairperson, I announce that today's session is over. We will meet tomorrow at sharp 9 a.m. for the oral presentation. And again, tomorrow we will have session number 1, 2, and 3, followed by valedictory function. I hope you all will be there with us for the second day of this first International Web Conference on Advances in Material Science and Applied Biology 2022. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you.